I'd like to call the meeting to order. Everyone is present and read the land acknowledgement. The municipality of Dysart acknowledges that we are on the traditional territory known as the Williams Treaty First Nations, which includes Curve Lake, Hiawatha, Alderville, Scugog Island, Rama, Boswell, and Georgina First Nations. And we thank these nations for their care and stewardship as they pass through our lands. Okay, could we have a resolution to adopt the agenda?
Yep. Be it resolved that the agenda for the regular meeting of the Council of the Municipality of Dysart et al. Held on February 27th, 2024 be approved as presented.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Pat. All in favor? Carried. Any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Being none. Resolution to adopt the minutes.
Be it resolved that council approves the following meeting minutes as circulated: regular meeting of council January 23rd and public meeting January 23rd.
A mover and seconder, Walt and Carm, in favor? Carried. Anything to report from County Council, Walt?
Not right now. Needless to say, we're meeting tomorrow, Murray.
Okay. Okay, first delegation then, Angel. Are you coming forward then? Yeah. Now, you were gracious enough to send us your proposal, so we've had that for a month. So we don't need to go over that. I think we understand that. So you have anything new?
Did you want to speak right to the proposal? You can move. I mean, we did want to briefly speak to the fees research we did.
Okay,
But good morning.
good morning.
Good morning, Council. I'm Angel Taylor.
Mike Town, Mike.
And we're here seeking a fair and reasonable resolution from council for the use of Head Lake Park for the farmers market. Getting this settled now is really urgent. We've postponed our application deadline by a month. Normally it's the end of January. It's now going to be in a couple of days, and we have only half our usual applicants. This issue has been discouraging and a deterrent to our vendors. We hope as we settle it, we can turn that around.
I'm sure you will.
But I hope so. And but before we discuss our counter offer, we just wanted to briefly draw your attention to the location fee document we sent you. These are randomly chosen markets who are members of Farmers Markets Ontario, mostly in the central area location. We contacted 18, that was 2 market managers, to find out what are their fees, what are they paying a location fee to their host. And we learned that of the ones we contacted, 83% were hosted for free. And of the ones that were hosted for free, 40% received additional services in kind, sometimes staffing, trash removal, marking out of each site, and some were financial assistance. Those that didn't pay a fee were, and told us, some said we pay a fee but didn't tell us, that told us either we're in an indoor location or or it was considerably lower than what is being asked here. Finally, I'd like to draw your attention before I go over to Mike. The example from Bancroft, and this is with particular reference to Councillor Casey, who had expressed interest in knowing about the performance of our neighboring market in Bancroft. We emailed that market manager. They forwarded it to their government. And the response I got was from their municipal staff, who sent a number of very warm, enthused emails talking about how much they value the market, talking about how it draws permanent residents and tourists to town. They have a co-managing arrangement where the municipality and volunteers look after the market. The municipality liaises with Farmers Markets Ontario and pays the membership and insurance fee, which they recoup from the vendors. But they, other than that, which is a norm for markets, vendors would be charged. They take no money at all, and they emphasize that because they feel the benefit that they gain from the market. And so now over to Mike.
Yeah, I mean, really, we're just, first of all, I just want to thank, our supporters, various industry leaders and other community groups have, rallied behind the market and sent in their support to everybody. Really, we just want to, finish this and move on, try to get the market underway as soon as possible. So really just asking, of the options that we sent in, is there anything that the council is in agreement upon? Move this thing forward. That's really where we stand at this point.
Okay, well, we had 2 or 3 options on that page.
Mhm.
So I'm just gonna go around the table here and see what council think.
Okay.
And, I know that, there was never any intent to discourage the market. We didn't think $5 was gonna cause such a storm.
I may speak to that.
Okay, well, it has apparently, but it's going away too. Okay, well,
Yeah, like Murray just said, as far as I'm concerned, this thing got right off the rails with lack of communication and and then people started trying to negotiate and almost embarrass, I feel, our council in the newspapers, which I feel is really wrong. We have no intentions at all of ever shutting the market down. On a positive note, I just wish that we could finalize this today and move on with the market opening. I guess it's in May, is that May? And at the location that you want. And as far as I'm concerned, the $5 stays. I talked to 15 merchants on the main street a few weeks ago. And there wasn't one of them that was saying that we were doing something wrong. And after I explained to them exactly what I believe I'm talking. So we're not here for a fight. We're just trying to do what's best for we're the council. So we're trying to do what's best for the municipality of Dysart and all taxpayers. I guess I'm, you're not here, I'm talking, please. And I just, like I say, I can't emphasize enough that we're very supportive of the farmers market, but times have changed. So thank you very much.
Pat, do you have a comment?
Very, very tough spot evidently for, and I guess it's council's job to stand up and try and make make amends or make it all work for everybody on that note. Everybody knows my opinion with traffic and downtown and everything else. And we do know that farmer's market brings people into town and also is part of the character of the town on that note. So in kind of to echo a little bit with Walt there regarding different social groups that I've talked to, you know, outside of council, everybody feels that $5 isn't a deal breaker on that note. And again, speaking respectfully for everybody, but I think we carry on with what we proposed at $5 and ride it out for this year. And in the fall, we'll see how it goes. It's like we did last year. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Nancy?
Thank you. I agree with option 2, but I don't think that the park improvement fund should be maintained by the farmer's market. I think it should be maintained by Parks and Recreation because that's their task. That's what they're paid to do for doing the assessment and upgrades and improvements to the park.
Okay.
First of all, like I love the farmer's market. So this misconception that we were trying to get rid of the farmer's market is totally, and I've heard a couple comments in the last 30 seconds, like a gentleman here said, basically wanted to say Walt was lying. I could hear him. And that's not true. Cause I've been to the downtown people too, and Walt has. And what you guys are saying about them, I'm not sure, but anyway. My wife goes to the farmer's market every week. I would go there at least once a month, if not more. I enjoy it. I think it's great. I think it's great for the downtown. I think it's great for, it seems to be my idea of a fee would be more to put improvements into the park. And I don't know if you understand that the park is built on sawdust. It is continuously needs maintenance, continuously. And the walking areas, the pavement down there that you have on site, it sinks over time. It needs regrading. It needs all that continuously. There's nothing we can do about that. That's just where it is. So any money that's brought in that can enhance the park down the road, I think benefits everybody, including the farmer's market. So my opinion is $5. I'm thinking that's very fair. And if we put that money back into the area down there, then so be it. And we're gonna have to put a lot more money than just that in there. Like I said, it's a continuous thing. So anyway, I don't know where the idea come from that we were trying to get rid of the farmer's market. That was never on the agenda. It was not even discussed. So anyway, that's my opinion, and thank you.
Carm?
Yeah, basically the same as the rest of you. Everyone I've talked to can't believe we're arguing over $5. They really can't. And I wish I paid $5 a day to go to work, but I don't. And yeah, everything needs repairs. Everything costs money in the world, and everything's not free. So we give you 2 other options that are free. So I don't know why we're in where we're sitting where we are right now. It should be resolved before us.
County?
Yeah, ditto to everybody that has just spoke. I agree. I love going to the farmer's market because it is on Tuesdays and that's when I'm in town. So, but all of the others have brought up great points and I'm with them.
Okay. Okay, allow you to say something else.
May I make 2 comments?
Yeah.
Further. The first one has to do with $5. And I absolutely understand the optics. It looks like, what is the big deal? I get that. But from my perspective as a small farm vendor, I will confess, I was in the market from 2009 until 2019, I believe. We never made a profit, never. Now, I am not saying that other small local farmers are in the same boat. Some are. So we subsidize our work at the market from our day job. It simply would mean, and from my perspective, and we care about and are mandated to protect and encourage the little guys. It simply means they'll have bigger lots than some of them. And that matters, and that's a principled position. So I'll move on from that to the other comment. I'm not clear when you say the $5. Is that option 1, 2, 3, or back to your original?
It's $5 with no conditions on it.
Okay.
We will put it in, we will put it into a park fund. You're a bit of an anomaly. You come 22 times a year. Most of the other park events are there for 2 days and they're gone. We pick your garbage up and we do some things. We've never, ever taken the $400 deposit fee for damages.
True.
I think we've been more than fair. And now we've spent, we never have less, this year we probably got $70,000 budgeted again for the park for improvement, so, $3,000 or $4,000 is not gonna, but it will over time, we'll add. But we'll be looking at the other events too. We're not just gonna pick on you guys, we'll look at them too, so, there's, there's, in the past times, in some places, they have to pay for porta potties when for the market. We've got a nice washroom, we don't have to do that, so. So I guess, to put this to bed, you got 3 options. You got 2 places you can go for nothing or pay $5 and go into the park.
And what about having a meeting with park staff about safety, blah, blah, blah? We asked as a condition that we set up a joint committee. It
Yeah,
doesn't.
and if we want to have somebody go to one of your meetings and talk to you, that's fine.
Okay.
But, we're not gonna, we don't, log every time we go down there and fill a hole. Or do we log every time we patch a hole in the road? We just can't do that. There's, we got crews to do that and they do it. But when you're having your annual meeting, if you want a council representative there, we'll be there.
Okay, and do I understand this is a 1-year agreement to be revisited?
Yes,
I would like to request that.
sure, we'll look at it next year. You don't want it to be 25 though, do you? You don't want it to be $25 instead of 5. You don't watch it happen. I'm only kidding you.
Yeah.
Anyway, that, you know now what's happening and that's it.
Anything? In that? All right, I think we will have a brief conference and get back to you.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can go to the other places, but
Sure.
I think you want to be there. And quite frankly, I don't know how many, there's a lot. I think when you and I first talked the first year, there was going to be 3 non-farmers, artisans in the park. Well, you've exceeded that by quite a bit. And how many farmers from Haliburton County are actually in there?
All I know is it's, do you have that?
No.
No, sorry, I was just thinking you.
Oh, somewhere
I
here.
think,
There's 72%.
well, from Haliburton County.
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
I am saying of the agricultural.
Of the agricultural group.
Yeah, I'm not
But
saying, we have to have 50% plus 1. So close to a little under a little under 4/5 are local. And we have a Ewing's project that'll be reporting that has been working on increasing that
I see that.
recruitment.
I see that. That's good.
And just one other point, our out-of-county vendors, and I know you have mentioned, they come and off goes the money. Without them, we wouldn't have a market.
Oh,
They
I
bring
totally
an enormous amount of people into Haliburton. They do, to be fair.
I totally agree,
Mayor, yeah.
because if they're the people that can grow the farm earlier in the year, their climate allows that.
And we are looking at alternative growing methods in Harvest Haliburton and other groups.
Yeah.
I don't want to take more than our time,
No.
but thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Murray, can I ask a question? Just thinking, I was listening to some of the things that counselors were saying, and this is a question for Barbara too. Barbara, I assume we have a park reserve fund for things we do in the park. I don't know what it's called though.
Yeah, there's nothing really designated
Okay.
for specifically for Head Lake Park as an example.
Itself. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking like, if there are monies left over, if we wanted to say that they're going to be transferred or they're going to be used towards for future improvements to the park. Is that something we want to add into the resolution? And Barbara, what's the logistics of tracking that? That's the other question from a staff perspective.
Yeah, so as far as tracking the contributions, finance can take that on. We can review the administration to gather that information and keep track of that.
So we'll put it in a separate fund then. Okay. Okay,
So would you like me to read the resolution? I've just added a
Please.
line that money's not used for repairs will be used for park improvements.
yeah,
So, so the resolution as it reads is be it resolved, the council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Angel Taylor and Mike Townsend on behalf of the Haliburton County Farmers Market Association regarding the 2024 Haliburton Village Farmers Market location. And further, the council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Harvest Haliburton expressing their support for the request that all fees be waived for the 2024 market season. And further, that council permits the 2024 Haliburton Farmers Market to return to the Head Lake Park location on the condition that market organizers provide $5 per vendor per market day to the municipality to be used for repairs to the park as a result of the market. And further, that any monies not used for repairs will be used for park improvements.
mover and second. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay. Okay, next delegation. Dan, you're there, and I guess Mike's coming in by Zoom.
Good morning. Yes, Mike Villeneuve is supposed to be joining us from Lumex. There you see him joining. He's an introduction PowerPoint, I believe, presentation for you all. So Mike is the representative for the company that's been hired to do our fire master plan. And they just want to let you know, sort of give you a chance to ask some questions potentially and get ready to get things moving.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Your Worship and Council and all staff. Yes, my name is Mike Villeneuve. I work with the Lumex Group, and as the Chief has mentioned, we've been hired to do the Fire Master Plan. So what I'd like to do this morning is just a very short presentation, PowerPoint presentation, just sort of let you know what this is all about, and if there's any questions at the end, I'll be happy to try to answer them. So if we could get the presentation to pop up there, that would be great.
Oh, sorry, Mike, you have to share your own screen if you're doing a presentation, but we do have, the counselors all have them in front of them too, if you
Oh,
want to just go through it.
I'm sorry, I understood that you had it going there.
Sorry.
Okay, let me see if I can bring it up on my screen here so I can see what I'm doing. Just give me a moment to. I was a little bit confused there, so. Okay, so yeah, so the Lumex company is a North American group of companies that provide strategic, operational, and tactical services for clients across Canada and the United States. We manage airports, we do municipal consulting, we do a lot of work for the Canadian military with process planning and those kinds of things. So our goal is to inspire positive change and help make communities and organizations a lot safer. So our team for this project is our vice president. His name is Terry Gervais. He is over 40 years in the fire service. He was the former fire chief of Greater Napanee. which was a composite department with both volunteers and full-time. He was a former board director with the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs. Obviously, he leads our consulting and education teams. He's a specialist in operational reviews and service level reviews, and also he's very good at doing SWOT analysis, which we'll talk about here in a minute. Myself, I specialize in legislative compliance and health and safety. I'm the former fire chief of the town of Cobourg Fire Department. I retired a couple of years ago. Before that, I was the fire chief in Marmor Lake. Completed dozens of projects related to municipal government. I sat on the Ministry of Labor Section 21 advisory committee for 13 years. Former member of the OFC Health and Safety Committee, that's the Fire Chiefs Association. And I was a former co-chair of the Fleming College Fire Pre-Service Program. We also have working with us on this one is Rick Arnell. He also has over 45 years of fire service experience. He's very good with public education and he's a leadership specialist. Former chief in Essex, he retired in 2023. Again, a volunteer department. Former member of the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs Board of Directors. Former member of the Canadian Association of Fire Chiefs National Advisory Committee. And he introduced the Learn Not to Burn curriculum in all of the Kent County schools. So what we're going to do is go through a little bit of a process here, how we get to the end result. So we've had a startup meeting with the 3 of the 4 fire chiefs of the county. And then we actually had a one-on-one with Chief Chumbley to get things moving. Then we're going to do stakeholder engagements. And we've already started that. We've met with the officers of the fire department and did a SWOT analysis with them. That was just one of many engagements we're going to have. We're going to collect a lot of data, and the chief has already provided us with a lot, but there's a lot more to come. We take this data, we analyze it, we look it over, make sure your bylaws are where they should be, if they're actually covering everything that needs to be covered. If they're going in the wrong direction, we'll let you know that. Chances are they're not, but sometimes it does happen. So like I said, we'll collect all this data, we'll analyze it, we'll draft a report. We will bring that back to staff, most likely the chief and the clerk, and have them take a look at it for any errors that we may put in there, like spelling, or if we've got a wrong data point or something, we'll ask them for their input. Once that's done, we'll draft a final report, and we'll come back to council with our final report in a form of a presentation and printed copies. So the purpose of all of this, excuse me, is to ensure that your community complies with the Fire Protection and Prevention Act and any other legislation that's out there. The fire department is required to follow a lot of different legislation. You really don't think of it that way, but there's a lot of things that we have to follow in the fire service. For instance, Highway Traffic Act. There's a lot of things there that, you just think that, oh, it's a fire department, they just go and jump in a truck and away they go. But there's a lot more to it that we have to look at and make sure the fire department is compliant. We want to provide a clear picture of your community's current situation and any anticipated fire protection needs in the future, whether it's short-term, medium-term, long-term, and we'll lay that out. So we recommend strategies to protect lives and property by enhancing public education, code enforcement, and fire suppression services. And the public education, code enforcement, and fire suppression services are what we call the 3 lines of defense in the fire service. So we also want to provide information to guide the administrative, operational, and budgetary decisions of the department and of council. Areas of review, what we're going to look at your community's demographics. We're going to look at the structure of the fire department. We're going to look at legislation, standards, and bylaws, fire service agreements that you have, and you do have a few of those. We'll look at social dynamics within the fire department and communications. We'll look at emergency management, occupational health and safety, your fire prevention and public education programs, your types and levels of service. Are you an interior structural fire department, or strictly are you exterior and defensive? That's not the case with you, but that's the kinds of things we're looking at there when we talk about levels of service. We'll look at all the training and the certifications that your staff have. We'll look at your performance and response statistics. We'll look at your fire station. We'll look at water supply. We'll look at asset management. And I know those things kind of bleed over into other reports that have been provided by your other consultants, but we will look at those reports as well and see if we can glean anything out of that that's going to help your fire department. So who are the stakeholders we're going to talk to? Well, we're talking to one right now is you as counselors. We're also talking to municipal staff. We're also talking to the fire department staff, and not just the chief and not just the officers, but we're going to talk to all the firefighters as well when we do a SWOT analysis with them. We'll talk to residents. We'll talk to businesses. And believe it or not, those things have already started. We've been in your community. We've had lunch. We've talked to some people. So that kind of thing has already started. We'll also talk to your municipal partners, whether it's the other fire departments in the county, your EMS partners, whoever we think we need to talk to about the fire department. That's who we'll reach out to. So I mentioned SWOT analysis a couple times. Excuse me. So what a SWOT analysis is, if you're not familiar with the term, it's an analysis looking at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And so we'll engage with the firefighters. It's a vital part of the fire master plan process. We need to hear from the end user, if you will, what they think of the department, where it is, where it's going. It'll provide firsthand insights into the strengths and areas for improvement. We can do it in a lot of different ways. We can do it in group sessions, we can do it in one-on-ones, and we can do it in surveys. And sometimes we have to do all three because sometimes it's just not possible to get everybody in a one-on-one or a group session. So like I said, we've already started those. We've had a SWOT with the officers of the fire department. And we'll be coming back up in the next few weeks to do the firefighters. So that's kind of what we're up to. That's where we want to go with this. It's going to be quite a report when we're done. You have a beautiful community up there, and we're looking forward to helping the fire department move forward in the future. So with that being said, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them. If not, I can get an answer and get back to you as soon as possible. So thank you for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, map of 3 of the fire chief. Map of 3, there's 4 in the county, isn't there? Is there one not participating in this?
No, all 4 municipalities have engaged the Lumex group to deal with their own individual fire master plan at this time.
Yeah. I'm just curious. That's all. Okay. Any questions? Nancy?
What is the time frame for this sort of report to be completed?
I don't believe there's an actual end date time frame, Chief, if I'm not mistaken. Was there an end date?
I thought we were actually aiming to have it May, June kind of thing, in all honesty, but I'd have to go back to see how the documentation worked out in the RFP.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that date, but can that be done May, June? Possibly. It all depends on when we can get the data to look at. There's a tremendous amount of data to be collected, and like I said, the chief has already given us a lot, but there's more that needs to be tracked down and provided. So it really depends on when we get everything, and then we can start to draft. Well, when we can start to really analyze the data and then insert it into the plan. So.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you.
I have one.
One more.
Is this, who's funding this? Is each municipality funding it? How much is it? 40,000.
That'll be split between the three. That's each.
No.
When did it start?
Or it's just
Year before.
Dan, your radio is kind of loud. Do you mind muting your screen? Thanks.
Okay, Tammy?
Yep, yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Murray?
Yeah.
So this is, how many, this is a 2-year program, or this is the final year? Once you get the information out, it'll roll out directives and suggestions and then we're done with it? Or is this ongoing, or I just need a bit of background myself as to what it's about?
If I can, your worship, through you, your worship, to the counselor, this plan will have different goals. So some will be immediate, which is like 1 to 2 years. Some will be sort of a midterm, like a 5-year objective, and then there'll be long-term, which is like a 10-year objective or recommendation. So it's not something we do and then you read it and you put it on the shelf. It's something that the fire department will be coming back to you year over year, looking for either funding or approval to do certain things. So this is like a 10-year plan. And like I said, the fire chief will be coming back probably at budget time to look for funding or permission to do certain things. I just want to circle back to one thing. I just want to be very clear that this is not a joint fire master plan with the other 3 communities. Where the confusion lies there was the county actually put the RFP out for the 4 municipalities for consultants to bid on. And we bid on it. We were fortunate to get it, but these will be 4 separate individual fire master plans. One for your community, one for Highlands East, one for Algonquin Highlands, and one for Minden Hills. They're 4 separate distinct plans. The only time that they'll cross over is if there's an agreement that we need to talk about, that kind of thing. So just to be clear, there are 4 very separate plans, and this one will be for Dysart et al.
Yeah. Well, thanks for clarifying that. Dot, do you have another question?
So I understand this is a living document. Is there any sort of legislation that says how often this needs to be reviewed? No?
No, there, through you, your worship, no, there is no legislation for a fast master fire plan. The community risk assessment that you did have done, it has to be updated annually and redone every 5 years. But that's a separate document.
Okay, Mike, so when you're done your analysis, does that mean that the Lumex proposal is finished and then we just deal through through our fire chief moving forward? So this is the last year of Lumex then, is that correct or no?
For this project, yes. So we're a consultant, so we bid on the project. You awarded it to us and we will write the report. And when the report is done, then we step away and it's the chief's document and it's your document as well. It's not just the fire department's document. It's council's document to follow through on the recommendations or not. That is your choice through your budgeting process if you've got the funds to do certain projects, great. If you don't, maybe you say, well, we're going to push that out for 3 or 4 more years. Okay. It's our recommendations, how you should move forward, but it's ultimately council's responsibility to take it and do with it what they wish.
Okay, I appreciate that. Dan, in regards to the county issue and all this, having 4 separate analysis or designs for this program that they're working through, why would they want 4 separate ones if we're looking, say there's a massive emergency or a big fire? Would we want all fire chiefs and everybody to correspond in the same framework, or was there a reason that they're all different?
Yes, I think the clarification here is this is direction for each individual department where they can go. It's not, we will refer to our automatic aid agreements and when we work together. The fire chiefs are already working together through other channels and just being cooperative as far as making sure that we're finding ways to work together. The mandatory certification that has come in for firefighters, that's something that all four municipalities have been working together towards in order to make sure that all four departments will have certified members and they can continue the ability to provide the services that we wish to offer. And so part of that is at this point, I think Minden Hills has different level of service than what we have. So we're working on comparisons that way. So this is part of where these individual master plans might show some of these coming forward. But the difference here is because the community risk assessment was done by the county last year, they got a lot of basis for the information for this, and that's provided a great opportunity for us to step up and do our master plan at this time. So a lot of this data has already been gathered, and it's making it easier for me to provide it to the Lumex group. And then what happened was to create an RFP and make sure that we were doing similar. That's why the county was involved. We strictly asked their personnel to create the RFP for us. They were still, instead of us all providing 4 different RFPs and reaching out for it, it was one collective RFP. And that's the only reason that the county's involved in that level of it.
All
So
right,
that-
thanks. Okay, thanks, Brian, and for your presentation. And so we'll have a resolution then, Mallory, to receive that.
Sure. Be it resolved, the council acknowledges received the presentation by Mike Villeneuve of the Lumex Group about the fire master plan.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Brian, you're next. Now, I think we've received a lot of information from you. So are we going to go over all that again, or are you just going to hit some highlights here? Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Yes, go ahead.
Good morning, Mayor and Councilors. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today about the short-term rental bylaw. My name is Brian Stewart. I own a cottage on Knies Lake. Last year, we rented our cottage for 6 weeks in total. Otherwise, it is a family cottage that we use year-round. For the record, I support a good, fair, and balanced short-term rental bylaw. You may recognize my name as I have written several letters over the past few months expressing questions and concerns about the bylaw. For reference, I included those letters in my delegation package. I wish to thank Mr. Scott Oval in the county office for replying to several of them. I also wish to thank Dysart Council and Mr. Corpella for leading the revisions to the draft bylaw for Dysart that were on the last agenda at the previous meeting and coming later on today's agenda. These are welcome and appreciated changes. I believe that a bylaw is rooted in clear objectives backed by evidence and shaped through public consultation. I believe that by focusing on these areas, we can achieve a bylaw that not only addresses concerns, but also respects the interests of all stakeholders involved. I had planned to touch on several points in my emails, but in order to save time for discussion, I've decided to go straight to a conclusion. I hope that you read my correspondence because I believe there are many important questions there that deserve answers. The main question I want to ask today is why has there been no consultation on the specifics of this draft bylaw? With a bylaw as important as this one, I would hope that everyone would be invited to express their views, whether they are for or against it. I take note that our neighbors in Muskoka Lakes have held meetings and offered a variety of methods, including engaging stakeholder groups to get feedback from their constituents. I encourage Haliburton and Dysart to follow suit. I am particularly interested in what the business community who rely on tourism thinks about this bylaw. Would you not like to hear from the owners of Knies Lake Marina or RPM, the folks at Haliburton Forest or Bosch Kung Smokehouse, Sir Sam's, any of the restaurants along the main street in Haliburton, the golf courses, or the people who run the annual studio tour, or any of the hundreds of businesses who rely on tourism? How about the folks who have a full-time business or even a side hustle, like cleaners, contractors, property managers, tradespeople, and repair folks, suppliers, snowplow operators, who all benefit from a healthy tourism economy that are supported by STRs? To my mind, these are important people that I would want to talk to understand the wider impacts of this bylaw on the community. Now, I'd like to offer some thoughts on a way forward. No one expects this bylaw to disappear. nor is there a desire to go back to previous ways. No one wants to go back. We all want to move forward in a manner that reflects the concerns of all stakeholders. Here's my suggestion. What if, instead of an adversarial approach, Halliburton and Dysart entered into a partnership with short-term rental and cottage vacation owners? Imagine if local officials engaged with the rental owners to discuss the problems that they see on their side in order to explore collaborative solutions. What might this collaboration look like? In our county, many responsible hosts take pride in their properties, are committing to hosting respectful, responsible guests. These individuals care deeply about their community. Personally, I love my lake, I love my cottage, and being part of Halliburton. My only wish is for it to improve. How can we work together? Rather than being opponents, what if we sought to find a third option? What if the county and towns asked the owners of short-term cottage rentals, how can we work together to attract the type of guests that align with our community standards? How can we support marketing properties in a manner that respects our community's neighborhoods and values? What actions can we take together to ensure the cottage rental community positively impacts our economy and our environment? Imagine if we all work together to the competitive advantage of Halliburton. What would that collaborative effort look like to you? Responsible hosts acknowledge the presence of a few bad actors. Responsible hosts do not want their properties to become party houses, nor do we wish for property damage or to disturb our neighbors' peaceful enjoyment of their cottages. Yet the draft bylaw treats everyone the same. If local officials collaborated with responsible cottage owners and hosts, I'm confident we could discover a more positive and productive pathway forward. In conclusion, I'm asking you for just one thing: convene a public meeting of all stakeholders. Before the final vote on the bylaw, I ask you to commit to seek input on the draft from residents, short-term rental owners, local businesses, and all other stakeholders. Use a variety of in-person and electronic channels to request feedback. Ensure all voices can participate, are heard, and considered, demonstrating a commitment to transparency and community engagement. It will help to focus the bylaw on the key areas of importance and likely reveal areas of concern that may not have been anticipated. This suggestion to bring everyone together has no downside, but potential for a big upside. Leadership through difficult issues requires engaging with those most impacted, and asking for input would be a strong signal for the entire community. If you do not agree with this suggestion for a public consultation on a bylaw as important as this one, I would appreciate an explanation why not. Thank you for considering my views. And once again, thank you for your work on this important bylaw and the revisions made so far. I recognize that public service is a very difficult job, and I thank you for it. I'm happy to hear your responses to my suggestion.
Well, you're taking a very moderate approach to it. I can tell you right now that for 5 years and 6 years, councillors have been listening to when's something going to be done about these short-term rentals. And it really escalated during COVID to a point that I think to get everybody in the room together, you probably need the OPP there, because there's that strong a feeling from what I'm hearing. I get like 6 and 8 and 10 emails a day, and they're all over the place. There doesn't seem to be a consensus on anything.
Can I respond to that?
Whatever bylaw gets passed, it's not going to be right the first time. We're going to have to amend it.
Can I respond to your
Yeah.
assertion there? I agree with you. I'm not denying that there are problems that need to be solved. What I'm saying is the approach to solve them can be a better one, in which you engage with people like me and other responsible people that you can identify in order to ask us, what can we do to solve this problem? Rather than pushing it on us, engage us and say, let's work together, because we might have a different solution. But that's my point. I'm not denying that you're getting a lot of email. And my other point would be that if there had been a properly structured engagement from the beginning, I recognize Dysart did not get involved in this until recently, but if Halliburton Council had done a proper stakeholder engagement and public consultation, I would predict you would have way fewer emails at this point in time.
Mhm.
Because the problem is people don't feel like they have a mechanism to express their views. And the only way we can do it at the moment is to email you. If there were a
But there was,
way,
there
but
was
other,
there was
Muskoka Lakes,
public meetings that people attended.
sorry?
There was meetings at county council that people attended. And then it was on the agenda that it was, the short-term bylaw was going to be discussed.
Right.
The consultant worked on it for 2 years. It was no secret. But it's just now when, it's like, whenever anything's going to get passed, then people panic and say, holy gee, they are going to do it. And I hear, there's good sides on both, you know, but I can tell you one thing, we fiddled around with it now, we spent thousands, I don't know how much money. And I think it's gonna have to be amended after it's put in place, but because there's gonna be errors in it, I know that.
Mhm.
But I don't, how many weeks do you rent your cottage?
6.
6. Yeah. How much HST would you forward out of the 6 weeks?
13%.
You know, can you give me a ballpark?
I don't think that the total value is a relevant number. As a responsible host, I pay my taxes and HST is collected and remitted to the federal government.
Okay, but see, not everybody does that. Which is another problem.
I guess that's a part of the problem the federal
Pe-
government should
People
tackle.
people speed too, don't forget it.
People speed too.
Well,
I just want to, just a
Yeah.
quick little thing. I don't know if there'd be any more public consultation meetings or not. I don't know that, but just you rhymed off a bunch of businesses there that, and I can guarantee, I tried to keep track of when you were going there. I've talked to at least 80 or 90% of those people. And just so you know that we're not just flying off the seat of our pants here. And we're out there, we're on the street, we talk to people. We don't always, we go to cottage association meetings and Walt and I and Ward 5 and I don't think there's a cottage association meeting that we've ever missed. Well, that either one or both of us haven't been there. So we hear what people are saying. So the whole public thing is it's almost this conception that we're not out there talking to the public. Well, we are. And I spend a lot of time doing it. So I just wanted to make sure that you understand that we're not just doing this off the seat of our pants here.
Sure.
And we spend a lot of time on.
but if you're not,
Yeah.
if you don't go to the cottage meetings, you won't hear that.
Can I reply? Can I reply? So I totally understand what you've said, and I do appreciate that kind of work. I think the important thing, though, is that as municipal leaders, it's important to proactively engage in a non-specific way. And that means stakeholder engagement. It means inviting people to come to talk. And so just as a hypothetical example, you could talk to a set of businesses and get one set of responses. I could talk to a set of businesses and get another set of responses. Now, unless everyone's in the room at the same time, we don't know the whole picture. So for example, if there were a way for me to know that all those businesses that I named are actually in support of the bylaw as it's written, then I can know that information. But I don't know it because there has not been a properly structured engagement where it's publicly, where all the information is publicly available. See what I'm saying? So I'm not disagreeing with any of the points you're making. What I'm saying is there is a better way to engage on these kinds of issues where we know there's multiple opinions, we know there's controversy, and in a way that brings all the information to light rather than having bits and pieces of it here and there.
In your opinion, what is the most bothersome and I was a short-term rental. We short-term rented a place for 15 years on Redstone. So, what is the biggest problem? Like, is it financial that people are worried about? Do you think that's what it is?
Like paying for the fees?
Yes,
I mean,
not just the fees, but how to get up and started in the first place, like extra insurance costs, stuff like that. Is that the main concern of everybody?
I mean, I can only speak for myself. So I think everyone is going to have a different set of concerns because everyone has their own particular circumstances. I think there are some there are some principled things as the bylaw is written, which are troublesome to the majority of people. So for example, the fact that the demerit points never expire, like that's a problematic thing that is not present in any other township.
Yep.
But as far as the financial things go, like that's gonna be different. I lose money on my cottage. I'm not making any money, so it's just gonna be a bigger loss if I buy a license.
So, and we've had discussions about the demerit points this way, so a lot of us do understand that, and I think if you went around the table, that's a topic of discussion that we're definitely gonna be involved in, so, anyway, okay.
Right, so I'm encouraged to hear that, but what I'm worried about at this moment in time is that later on today's agenda, the bylaw is up for an approval vote. So unless you're planning to suggest amendments today, which is your right to do, as of this moment, as I sit here, the fact that the demerit points don't expire is what's gonna get
Yeah.
passed.
Well, and that is I guess that is we don't have to pass this today,
It's here to be passed.
It's here to be passed, okay, so but yes, we can do
Yeah.
amendments, yeah.
And there was amendments put in it, yeah.
Yes, there already has been.
And
Okay.
that is true as well. Like if you decide, like you get a whole bunch of demerit points with half your cottages, like that's something you'll have to take a look at. And there's always the opportunity to open up the bylaw and amend it to make it workable if you find hiccups along the way. But
Doesn't seem fair that you. wouldn't
probably
get your
within a
license
year,
back.
you're not
I agree
gonna
with you there.
hit all your demerit points.
Okay, you got any other questions?
I just got a question, Mark. Like, needless to say, I've seen a lot of emails and I haven't been responding, of course, but Scott has been. But, I understand your concerns, but you say you rent your cottage out for 6 weeks. And I don't even know how much money you make, but you're saying you're gonna lose money. It's like, you're saying the fee, the license fee and the license of occupation, if you did have something on the shore. I mean, I'm just guessing, if you're on Kinesis Lake, you probably have a pretty nice cottage, not all mansions, but they're all worth quite a bit of money. And I guess my question is, I don't understand how you can lose money if, because the amount of money that we're gonna, for you to get your license the first year, it's not gonna be anywhere near what you're telling us. The other thing is, I understand you want to get a whole bunch of people, cottagers, that are short-term rental people in a room, and we're gonna have a discussion. And we're gonna come out of that room with 50 new ideas. And I'm not saying we've heard them all, but we've heard them. And I think Murray has said it, Barry has said it, Tamara has said it, right now I'm saying it again. We know this won't be perfect, and we will amend it. It's on record that we're saying this.
Right.
And so if there's a big issue, I agree 100% with the demerit points. That's something I think we should look at, Murray and council. I definitely think that. So we are trying to do our best.
I appreciate it. Thanks, Randy. So just to very quick reply, because I know you have a very big agenda today. So I think there's two ways to look at it. I don't look at my property as a business. So to respond to the councilor's question, I sort of went to the frame. If we look at it as a business, I would lose money, but I don't even think of it as a business. I'm renting it out to make some money to help pay for the expenses. Now, whether I make money or not is a question of how much I bring in revenue and how much my expenses are. And so those two things are going to change depending on how you look at it as a framework. We are not, our mindset for me personally it's not a business. As I said in my statement, and every time I've written to you, it's a family cottage that we rent out for a few weeks a year.
Okay, but like I said, you're running that, your short-term rental, not business, but running it this way. Well, we have people who are running it as business.
I agree.
So are we supposed to come up with 2 or 3 different policies?
No, I don't think 2 or 3 policies is necessary, but I think, for example, in the original consultant's report, there were tiered licenses. Depending on how many different properties you used, or I think there was another option for how many weeks per year you rented out or something. So in the original consultant's report from the county, that was an option that was on the table, but as the bylaw proceeded through to be drafted, that option was dropped for just a single license. So I agree with you. You do not want to make it like it's already a complicated bylaw. You don't want to make it more complicated. But I think there could be some creative ways to come up with like making an adjustment for, the majority of folks like me who are running a family operation for a few weeks a year versus an investment property that is available all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Can I-
Appreciate it.
Can I speak? Thank you for coming and having the presentation. I agree with him because we are getting, we should be reading the emails and seeing that there is an issue with this bylaw as it's written right now. And I don't know how we can keep our eyes closed and say, oh, we're just going to pass it like it is, because there are so many flaws in it. And I just get maybe it's like a construction of a place. And, you think about it for a couple of years and that, yeah, you're going to buy the property and yeah, I need to get a consultant in to do it. But then when the day comes that the insulators are supposed to be there and somebody forgot to tell them, then, but the people go ahead and put the drywall on, well, we'll deal with that later. And that's what I feel like we're doing with this bylaw, is that we're just gonna, well, if there's gonna be complaints afterwards, that they have a hard time heating their house. That's the same thing that we're doing with this bylaw. It's defective, just like the house is. And why not do it right the first time? And he's brought up a lot of great suggestions. And I was at the 2018 Highlands East public meeting after they did their draft bylaw. And there was a lot of input. And I don't understand why each of the municipalities are not doing like Highlands East did and getting feedback from the people that is going to create issues with. Because I feel like Brian has brought up a lot of great points on how to do this. And it just feels like the whole county is just ignoring this. Why not do it right the first time, especially even as simple as the demerit points?
There's 15 or 20 of these short-term rental bylaws across Ontario. And we have been had lawyers and everything look at all of them. So this is not rocket science. So,
And has anybody-
Highlands East, by the way, has bought into this bylaw after all their public meetings.
Yeah, so they're not listening to the people either.
Okay, well,
Mm.
that's the problem, I guess.
Yeah.
We gotta move somewhere. Anyway, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Resolution, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the delegation from Brian Stewart, a local cottage owner, expressing concerns with the proposed short-term rental regulations.
Mover and seconder? Barry and Tammy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, Gary, would you like to come up? This is Gary Dyke. He's the new CAO of the county. And we're pleased to welcome him. I'm just going to go around the table so you see, maybe put the names to it. This, Walt, he's bothered you enough already. It's Pat Casey and Nancy Wood Roberts and Tammy. Should go to the ladies first. Carm Sawyer and Barry Boyce. Okay, welcome. Fire off.
I was, I'm not quite sure what you want me to speak about as respect to,
Please.
the police? Okay, so I did provide a report through to all of the board council regarding the new OPP detachment boards that take effect April 1st of this year. As you may be aware, this is legislation that was first introduced in 2019 by the province, and it's taken them 3.5 years to implement it. And editorial comment from this province is they gave us 6 weeks to implement. They took 3.5 years to put it in place and we 6 weeks to implement. So under the structure of the bylaw, going backwards, the county did take the lead on dealing with the province regarding the content of the bylaw, what the structure of the detachment board would look like. And what was submitted to the province was what was approved. The county council would have 1 elected representative on the board, and each one of the local municipalities would have 1 elected member of the board. There'd be one community member that would be selected at large across the entire county with inputs from all the 4 local councils plus county council and one provincial appointee. And so the provincial appointee is actually appointed by the minister, but they take inputs from the local councils as to who that would be. So you would put suggestions forward and and the province would make their decision based on that. I think the new legislation, it did take a long time to get in place, but it's actually a vast improvement on the old police services board that used to be in place. Because it was a very, in my opinion, myopic piece of legislation that just focuses on the police activities, where the new detachment boards, they have a broader range of powers where they're now responsible for getting into areas around supporting the community aspect of policing, the community safety well-being plan that is currently at the county level, but does impact the local municipality as well, is now policing have to address that plan as well. And they have to address the community needs on policing, be it it's things like presence in the downtown cores, presence in certain areas, high traffic areas or high crime areas. That's all done through consultation with the detachment board and as a requirement to regularly report back to the municipalities that receive policing. So that's a far greater improvement on top of what the police service boards used to have. And in Haliburton County, there wasn't a police services board. There was a committee of, I believe it was the mayors, and the OPP, and it was kind of structured like a police services board, but not really a police services board. So it gives a little more structure to it. Under the legislation, the cost for the police services board administration must be borne by the municipalities. It's a little bit more responsibility than currently the police services boards were, because of the need for public engagement, there's a detailed annual report that must be produced for the local municipalities and a number of other things. Because if you're looking at, commenting or measuring the effectiveness of the community part of the policing part, you're gonna have to do engagement within the communities that receive the policing to get information. So there are costs built into that. Currently right now we're proposing that the administration of the board itself be absorbed by a current county staff member, Sue Tiffin. She's one responsible for a community well-being plan. It's a natural link for that to occur. And we will provide some additional administrative support to that position to allow the effectiveness of the board and liaison with the OPP. We're just running some rough numbers with respect to how much time we think it would take to run that. In my experience in dealing with police services boards and things of that nature, we estimated roughly about $70,000. I think I said $73,000 in the report, but that also includes the per diem for the members, because again, as I did say, it was a good piece of legislation. There's some disjointed nature to it as well, because under the legislation, you have to pay a per diem to the provincial member, and it's up to you whether or not you pay the other people on the board. And so for a fairness factor, we actually allocated a per diem for all 7 members. And that would be up to the discretion of the councils, whether that was payment. So the 73,000 includes that amount of money for all members going forward. But if the council decide, no, we're only going to provide to the community members, being the one provincial appointee and the community member, then obviously that number would come down. And because it's a bit of not a guess, but it's an estimated cost, and because we're hitting you guys in mid-budget years, I recommended to county council that the county absorb all the costs of the administration of the detachment board through 2024. And then the board could revisit an allocation of costs based on that, because as we go forward, and that way we would know how much does it actually cost to administer the thing. I think I've allocated within that piece, I think it's roughly around $50,000 in staff time, and then $10,000 for the actual administration of the board, and then $7,000 for the per diem. So that would be evaluated as to what those actual numbers would be, and we could come up with a revised budget going into 2025. Under the legislation, it's up to the board, up to the elected councils to decide how the money's divided. I put a proposal into the report just for discussion purposes that uses the formula that the OPP used to allocate policing costs amongst the 4 municipalities. So that's where those numbers came from. So there is a bit of method being done at breakup forward, but that's something that has to be agreed upon by the councils themselves as we go forward. So that would be into 2025. And if there is no agreement, and it's not consensus, it's unanimous agreement, the default is all 5 municipalities would equally split the cost of the board. Or conversely, one of the options is the county just carries on and pays for the cost of the report. I'm a big shared services guy, so I would look at some kind of splitting of the cost, but again, that's completely up to councils to decide going forward. We are encouraging the councils to select their elected official to the board as quickly as they can. It doesn't have to be today, but as quickly as they can. So the board needs to be functional by April 1st. According to the Office of Solicitor General, we do have some lead time on the community appointment and I'm currently right now, as I'm drafting up a terms of reference for the board that will talk for consideration of councils as to qualifications for board members, what the responsibilities would be, terms of office, those type of things. So that document I hope to have done hopefully by middle of next week, towards the end of next week. And I'll circulate that again to all the councils for their consideration going forward. So with your worship, I'll take any questions.
Yeah. Everybody, I think it's good that we know what's going on there. So.
I have a question about the costing out. So, if the county assumes 50% of the administration of that's the county portion is 36,000, where does that money come from? Does that come from what all the municipalities dump in as well?
Well, so the 36,000, pardon me, through you to your councilor, worship. So the 36,000 the county is absorbing, that's us absorbing. So in our
But us as in, where is that 36 coming from? Is it coming from the 4 municipalities into the county pot?
yes, so the county picks up 36,000 and the remaining 36,000 would come from each one, and would be a proportionate share of it, 36,000 from each of the 4 municipalities. Based on the formula used by the OPP to determine OPP costing now. That was the only metrics I can come up with that would be kind of representative of calls for service and existing police demand.
And any other questions? Well, I think it's good to be brought up to date on that. Yeah. Gary's going into the hot seat here now. He's just leaving here. I made a note for you there. I want you to look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Over there.
All right, thank you.
I think sometimes I don't know whether I think or I think differently.
Thanks very much.
Thanks for coming. Resolution, Mallory?
So we do have a resolution, are we appointing someone today, the municipal representative, or?
I don't know.
I think Gary said that he's gonna have more information on what that entails. I don't know if anyone's ready to step forward or.
Walt just nominated Murray, but he had his speaker off.
Oh, did he? Okay. Are you okay with that, Murray?
Well, I think I am. I was on the other board. But I wouldn't want to say I'd want to do it for too long. Put one of the other people on.
We've estimated 10 meetings a year, but that again, that would be subject to the board. Whether it met by I've excluded any summer meetings, so I just probably said that.
I think it'd be reasonable to get the terms of reference, right? Before we decide, like, I mean, somebody might be willing to step up.
How soon do you need an appointment?
Oh, we just looking at it before.
Sorry, I'm not catching anything Gary's saying just because he's not near a mic. So what are we doing?
It can wait till the March meeting if that's council's desire. They need to know April 1st.
Oh, okay. Does council want to wait?
Like, we should wait. One quick question too, I was trying to find, I think you said it. The provincial appointee, do we have to forward some names, possible names for that, or is that? Are they gonna tell us?
The process, if I might, your worship, so the process for the provincial appointee is that the province they'll handle like the advertisements for that. But the province will seek, they'll seek input from the municipalities as to quality of the individual, but also it's been my experience that it's a good idea for the councils themselves to identify people they think would be strong provincial appointees. The only stipulation, and this would be part of the terms of references, the provincial representative any representative on the board can't be a former member of the OPP service or a current member of another service. But if they're retired from another service outside of the OPP, then they are eligible, but former OPP service members are not eligible for service on the board.
Well, an RCMP or a Metro Cop or something like that would be okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Well, I think we should defer all this to Mark because it sounds like we've got to get maybe a couple list of names here, right? Is that correct? So
Yeah, and there's a provincial and a community member.
It just, if I might, for clarification, the April 1st deadline is only for the elected officials. There is additional time being granted for the community representative, and the provincial representative will take up to 6 months to come in just because of their process itself. It's a very long process for the provincial to be done, but April 1st deadline only pertains to elected officials.
So I can read a resolution here. So be it resolved that the staff report CAO-04-2024 be approved, and further that the municipal representative for the municipality of Desert All will be appointed at the March 26th meeting of council.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Okay, carried. Thanks, Gary. Okay. Well, they decided that at the county, but that's still not a decision for here. Yeah. To start with, yeah. Yeah. Okay, fire, then we got, Dan back.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me back. First, start with my basic monthly report. It's fairly straightforward this month. Just important to see that our numbers are increasing already. Unfortunately, as you see, there's 39 calls for the month of January for this year, where we had 27 last year. So once again, we'll be continuing at more than a call a year. And unfortunately, I can already say that month of February is still continuing with that trend. Fire department did participate in one building inspection last month, and other than that, that's my basic report, unless there's any questions on that.
Okay, have a resolution on that then, Mallory?
Yep. Be it resolved the council acknowledges receipt of the fire department report for January 2024.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Walt, all in favor? Gary. Okay,
All right.
open air burning.
So at this point, this has been brought forward for your chance to review and compare to what we had. The fire chiefs have been working collectively to try and make this something that is comparable to all 4 municipal fire departments. And so we had to make some adjustments. The chiefs did this about 7 or 8 years ago, and they came very close, but there were some finer adjustments made at that time. So this is our opportunity. We believe we've got something that is agreeable to all parties, and hopefully you've had a chance to review it if there's any questions specifically. So,
Questions on that? No? Okay. Resolution then, Mallory.
Be it resolved the council accepts the draft amendments to the open air burning bylaw as written, and further directs that the bylaw be brought to the March 26th regular meeting of council for adoption.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Walt, I guess. All in favor?
great, Mr. Mayor and Council, thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Second time this morning we've seen you.
Yes, sorry I was in a bit of a rush this morning, but I'm glad I was able to join.
Good.
Thank you.
one little thing there, Dan, I found interesting. There was one grass fire in January.
It was called out as a grass fire, and it actually turned out to be a gentleman who had stockpiled some leaves over the course of the fall, and that was a good time to get rid of them. So it really was a brush fire, grass fire kind of designation.
All right.
Yeah.
Times are changing, I guess. We have a grass.
Yeah,
fire.
absolutely. Yeah.
Dan, I just want you to extend council's thanks. I know the department's had a tough couple weeks with the volume and the nature of their calls.
Yes, thank you very much for your support. Thankfully, we have a good support network within ourselves here, and all is going well. But yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Parks and Recreation. Andrea and Andrew. Okay,
Good morning.
morning. You want to just bring us up to date on what or Tammy can, on the Harcourt Church deal?
Go ahead, Andrew.
So, going back many years when there used to be a Harcourt board, and the Harcourt was managed by a board, there were different events that took place at the Harcourt Community Center that the board would waive the fee for, or pay for the people, so they wouldn't have to pay the fee. We took over managing last year when the board disbanded, and as the municipality, we took out the right to waive the fee for nonprofits or for certain groups. And so in our fee structure, in our rental agreement, there is no line option to waive the fee. When the Harcourt Church, Harcourt Community Church applied, they put in requesting a fee waiver. So I responded and said, I'm not at liberty to waive the fee. If that's something they're requesting, it would have to go forward to council. I know the Harcourt communities, the Harcourt ladies have, there's another event like a volunteer firefighter dinner where they paid the fee. They said, well, we'll pay that fee instead of the firefighters having to pay it, or same thing with an upcoming event with the heat bank. So the Harcourt ladies are going to pay the fee to the municipality versus the heat bank. So this request here though came forward. It's Joanne Vanier said she would try with council and see where she got, but from our standpoint, there's a fee associated with it, and that's what we've told them.
What's your thoughts?
So the reason that they have requested it is because they put on a free dinner for the community, and they refuse to accept donations as well because they don't want people to feel like they need to donate to come. And it is always a full house. So they do get a lot of people out, and they don't accept donations. And that's why they feel like it could be waived, because it has always been waived, because they're doing a service for the community. And so they just want council's thoughts on it.
And they host 2 events a year, as they've noted in the letter. That's an Easter dinner and a Christmas dinner.
If it's a tradition, why would we want to change it?
Yeah.
I agree. I know, Murray, when we had them in West Guilford, we always waived them there as well.
Yeah. I'm fine with waiving it.
Absolutely.
It is a special
What
time of the
what
year.
is the fee?
The fee is, the full day rate is $160. And then there's an insurance fee and a kitchen rate. So the kitchen rate is $100. So it works out, I think it worked out to be $560 something in total by the time we did insurance and the rates for the kitchen and the hall. For 2 events, for 2 events.
For 2 events.
Yeah.
Okay with waiving?
Oh, yeah, it's supporting the community for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Okay,
Okay.
Would council like to waive it in 2024, or just waive it, and then if they want to go back on it in the future, they can have a resolution to change it?
If they've been doing it for a long time, why don't we just carry on till it runs its course?
Okay, sounds good. So,
Can I
oh, sorry, keep going, Andrew.
I just had a question too with insurance, because with any group that uses any of our facilities now, we charge an insurance fee. So how how do you propose we manage that? Do we ask the church to provide us with a certificate of insurance from their provider, or do they pay that small fee? Just, I know from the municipal standpoint from our insurance company, it's not a municipal event, so they would want us to, if there's something taking place and it's going through our insurance, then it needs to be paid for.
Andrea, what have they done in the past if this hasn't been done, addressed to date, you know?
This is this insurance came into play just at the end of COVID. So any group that's used it has paid for the insurance or provided it a certificate of insurance.
How much would that be?
For an event like that, it's like $11 for the day.
Well, if they were prepared to pay for the dinner and insurance, $11 shouldn't hurt them. The lady, should it?
The ladies?
Or whoever was going to pay for the dinner. They said they were going to pay for it a few minutes ago here.
No,
No.
If we didn't pass it, we didn't.
The church was going to pay for it.
Is that something we can absorb? $11?
Hope so.
yeah.
Let's do that.
Thank you.
Pretty cheap, $11.
So we're waiving rental and insurance fees. Is that what council's comfortable with?
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got be it resolved the council acknowledges receipt of the correspondence from Joanne Vanier, treasurer for the Harcourt Community Church, requesting that council waive the Harcourt Community Center rental fees for their community dinners held at Easter and Christmas. And further that council approves the request to waive rental and insurance fees for the free Harcourt Community Church dinners.
I motion.
Tammy and Pat, all in favor? Gary? Okay. I guess you're next, Andrea.
I am, yes. So I was contacted by library staff about hosting a Touch a Truck event. So this is something, I think there was one done many years ago that Jennifer Button from EMS hosted. But this would be through the library, and they're requesting to use the library parking lot on a Thursday. I think it's a Thursday or Wednesday or Thursday, either July 4th or 5th or 11th or 12th. It's an outdoor event. There's CAC or Andrea Brown. She's agreed to this. And I talked to Rob Camelon, the Director of Public Works, and he doesn't have any concerns with this either, as it doesn't fall on a market day or when there's another event taking place in the park. And the idea is to get especially young families out and up close and personal with some of the larger equipment that is used in and around the municipality.
That's no wonder the library budget's in trouble, doing so many things like that. That may be a nice idea, but anyway, it's free, I guess. Do we need a resolution on that?
Yep. So be it resolved the council approves the request for the Dysart branch at the Haliburton County Public Library to host a Touch a Truck event in the lower library parking lot this summer.
Who wants to move that? Barry and Nancy. All in favor? Okay, the Haliburton Time Travelers.
Yes. So traditionally, the Haliburton time travelers have either set up along the boardwalk or in Head Lake Park. They've been in Head Lake Park the past little while. They contacted me to see if it's okay for them to change their location. So they come down into downtown area every other Thursday. And they're requesting to use parking spaces in the upper library parking lot along one side. So they'll keep other stalls open, but to park along one side. That way they're not impacting the grass. They can run their events, because what happens is if it's really wet, even if it's not raining at the time, if it's really wet, they still won't come in because it's not good for our grass and it's not good for their vehicles. So they've requested to move into the upper library parking lot.
Got ahead of the fees. Okay. Yeah, that's a good spot for them. That's good. So we need a resolution.
Okay, be it resolved that council approves the request from the Haliburton Time Travelers to use the library parking lot off York Street for their cruise nights.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Carm, all in favor, carried. Okay, the fee increase for the memorial benches and tree programs.
Yes, so as long as this program has been managed through Parks and Recreation, the fee for the benches has been $1,000. So we're talking about the large 6-foot cast iron black coated benches that you see around the municipality. They come with a little memorial plaque. So those, they work with park staff to determine a location. The freight and just the cost of the bench has gone up quite a lot over the past few years. So to cover our costs and to come to a break even, we're proposing to increase that fee to $1,850. So that way we can come to break even or pretty close to a break even for the bench program.
To put it at 1,200, to make a nice round number. It'll go up again likely. They can be outside all winter, eh? Those benches.
Yes, they stand up really well. We haven't had to, we haven't had any warranty work or anything done on them. We found a company a couple of years ago that makes the plaques, and the plaques seem to last longer than the previous ones we had. So we're quite happy with the whole program.
Are the trees affected by the price too?
Yes, and sorry, that's part of it as well. The trees is a little bit more challenging because the cost of a tree fluctuates from year to year. And so our parks contractor recommended that each year in November, we sit down, look at the fee schedule for trees, and then base the following year's fees on that, how much it costs to get the tree and get it up here and planted. The plaque, obviously, that won't change very much, but the tree itself, at the moment, they're listed at $750, depending on the type of tree, but we're finding that they're costing more.
Can I have a question? What kind of trees are normally purchased?
Red maple, red oak, sugar maple. There were some others on the list that have been removed because they're no longer available or they're not the greatest for our park spaces. Willows were another one that were put in, but that was more through a donation with the Lions Club along the riverbank to help secure the riverbank.
Has there ever been any talk about fruit trees, like apples?
We've had some discussion about that, but we haven't got into in-depth discussion about that.
So we're putting lots of leaf trees down there so we can make the leaves up. Yeah, they're nice though. Okay, and what was the price of the trees?
It fluctuates from year to year, so
Okay.
yeah,
Whatever it is.
that's why. So the bylaw would just be fluctuating with.
Okay,
We'd revisit it each year and just find out.
Okay. Resolution in Mallory?
Be it resolved, the council approves the proposed fee increase to $1,850. Yep, for a memorial bench through the Memorial Bench and Tree Program.
Okay, mover and seconder. Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Building and bylaw, Carl, Bree, and Hilly. And Jeff, I guess, because we're all four on here.
Good morning, council.
Morning.
We'll start with the building permit report. So as you'll see, the building permit report is actually a fairly busy January. We did have a number of commercial projects that bumped up the construction value and the permit fees, one being a large addition onto Curry Motors, a couple of hospital projects, and interior fit up permit for the A&W restaurant. Otherwise, any questions on the permit report?
Resolution then?
Be resolved, the council received the January 2024 building activity report as information.
All in favor? Mover and seconder. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Carried.
Right, so the second report is the changes to the building permit fees. So again, we're provided the justification at the last council report with regards to the justification for raising the fees and comparison to other municipalities. So you know, even with these increases, we'll still be below the neighboring municipalities around Haliburton County. But we will be the largest in Haliburton County itself, unless the other municipalities are increasing their fees this year as well. The other municipalities within Haliburton County, I'm sure will bring up their fees to match ours, because they usually stay very similar. This is the public meeting. If you want to, if anybody wants to make comment on the proposed changes.
What percentage are they up?
So they're increasing, and we're only increasing the so the typical fee, so residential, commercial, industrial, up from 80% up to 90%. Sorry, 80 cents a square foot to 90 cents a square foot. And yeah, and then in 2025, we're going to be increasing it those to $1 a square foot.
Still pretty low.
Yeah, it is. It is a very low fee in comparison to other municipalities, but we're able to pay for ourselves with those with these fees, and we just want to continue paying for ourselves with these increases.
That's good. Okay, any questions? Resolution?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-12 being a bylaw respecting construction, demolition, and change of use permits and inspections be read a first, second, third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached here too.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carried.
All right, so the next report is with regards to the short-term rental bylaw. Again, I've heard some conversation from the earlier delegation with regards to some of the concerns. So again, whether or not the demerit points expire, it is actually very easy to administer with the demerit points never expiring. Again, if they do expire, they do have, or sorry, if you do achieve 3 demerit points, then you can you can always amend or appeal those to the appeal committee, which is basically county council, to state your case. And again, if you're achieving all demerit points within the same year, that's going to be a lot different than achieving them over 3 years. Like if you did have a expiry on them, my view on that is, well, I can, as an STR operator, they might say, well, you know, I can forego these 2 demerit points every year because it'll make, you know, it's not worth it to me to achieve these goals. So I'm just going to have the two demerit points a year. And so again, there's 1,000 different ways that you can administer this bylaw. We're looking at a method that is very similar all across Haliburton County. And if we start making too many changes to our bylaw, then we're just going to be too unique. Exactly. So again, keeping it the same, you know, making small changes. That's the way that we've introduced this bylaw, and we are still very similar. We don't want to hate the wrath of the Highlander of being different from the other municipalities. So
we already did that once this year.
Oh yeah.
Has Jeff got a comment on this? He's on my sheet as saying also.
So Jeff's here with regards to the section 2.2H, where it basically says that you have to, if you're on the shore road allowance, if any part of the building is on the shore road allowance, then you have to enter, you know, get permission from the municipality. So that report is actually following this report. So Jeff will have more to say on that aspect.
The license of occupation. Then.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, we'll have a resolution then on this, Mallory, unless.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
I want to. So just your comment now, Carl. Why did it even come to each municipality if we're trying to keep it all the same as the county? What's the thought process
Because
there?
we have to administer.
Yeah, the jurisdiction under the Municipal Act is the municipality for these types of bylaws. So the municipalities have to be responsible for administering and enforcing these bylaws, unless we delegate our authority to the county, but the county doesn't have the staff to deal with these types of bylaws.
Well, that doesn't make any sense at all. But anyways,
Sorry,
Um,
which part?
because, well, if we're not really supposed to change what the county has given us because we want to be all the same. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, so again, we want to have a similar bylaw because we're all going to be using the same third-party company, and if the more changes we make to the bylaw, the greater the difference is going to be. So our RFP that the county put forward on behalf of all the municipalities with regards to that third-party contractor, which we had at the January meeting, Granicus, their processes would be different if we changed our bylaw too much. And just having that unique experience, so that or that similar experience throughout the county, it makes sense because a lot of our lakes share are bordered by different municipalities. So you might have different rules if you're on one side of that border on the other, but you're neighbors essentially on that same lake. So just making sure that the bylaw isn't too different between the municipalities was a goal. Again, it could be changed. I'm not saying council can't change the bylaw, but I just have to put that word of caution out there.
Okay, so when does this come to county to pass? Do you know?
It doesn't come to county to pass.
No,
It's going to all the other townships this month and next month.
yeah, so basically we have to pass it the way the county has it. And then, because we don't want to change anything, but then when does the county pass this bylaw? Once
county
all the municipalities?
The county doesn't have a bylaw.
The county's done it and at their end with regards to this bylaw. They basically drafted a bylaw for all 4 municipalities to basically take forward. And
So it's already passed.
no, the county doesn't pass any bylaw. It's up to the municipalities to pass this bylaw.
So Carl, the four things, or is there four? Really, there's 5, I guess, is there not? That we are different than what the county recommended then? Or-
Correct. Yeah, they're minor changes in my opinion. We can work with those changes. It's not going to really affect what Granicus is doing with the application. Again, we've changed our application form to mirror those requirements, and it might turn out that each municipality has slight changes to their application form. With regards to parking spaces, making sure that they're, that wording might be different on the other municipalities, but there's just going to be slight changes. And, that's what we're trying to keep, is just these slight changes. And again, like Murray has mentioned already, is that these bylaws will probably be reviewed again. There's going to be issues. We try to make it administrable at our level, and, but we'll probably come across issues where, oh, this doesn't make any sense when we're actually trying to administer it. So again, this is a start, and there might be changes further on.
Okay, so let's say the demerit point thing, because I know I'm going to get some calls on this for sure. So I got to be able to give somebody an answer.
Mhm.
So if we wanted to change that demerit point structure from what it is now, when would we do that, or when would we possibly do that if we even decide to do it? But
So we can give it a go as it's worded. And if we start accumulating a lot of demerit points, and there's a lot of, the county is too busy with these appeals, then we'll probably take a look at that and say, well, let's put a limit on these and see how we could administer that. But at this stage, there's no, these demerit points never expire. And so hopefully these, the operators the owners are cognizant of that and run, well-maintained STRs.
So we really could say, like, in 6 months, we're looking at this and say, okay, we can change it then, right?
Or if somebody gets demerit points, they can go to the county and appeal
Right.
it and say, it's not my fault. It was just,
Okay.
these kids were crazy.
Yeah.
And they'll say, okay, well, then.
Okay, we can find out then how they're dealing
Yeah.
with it. We don't like the way they're dealing with it, then we can change it.
ourselves.
Yeah.
Got you.
To be blunt, I think that in my own opinion, we're about 1 or 2 meetings too early in terms of approving this. And I think we're close on that note, and I believe in, yeah, we can pass it, but on the same note, a couple minor issues like Barry just talked about, the demerit points. A lot of confusion in the emails I get were the shoreline purchase and or license of occupation. A lot of emails are coming in with that as well. On that note, so my own mind is why don't we try and rake this through so it's as practical as we can make it, instead of with a firestorm of problems later on is what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing from a lot of people, and a lot of there's various opinions of everyone's income from a short-term rental bylaw. A lot of people say they don't make any money. Some people say, yeah, I make money, but it's problematic, and on and on. The brass tacks is we're trying to curtail the amount of bad actors we're going to say out there by the system, but let's not get it too overreaching where the point it takes away that type of income from anyone. The other one I wanted to mention, I don't know, Carl, if it got changed or not, where someone couldn't rent out an accessory dwelling if they lived in the house beside it. Has that been changed or no?
No, that hasn't been changed. So you can't rent out an accessory dwelling. So it's essentially the accessory dwellings are there for long-term rentals.
If you're talking in the rural with the new additional dwellings, is that what you're talking about? Or you're
Yeah,
talking about
well, a bit of
both?
both. Like people come up to Sir Stanford Fleming College, or you have a nurse come up for the summertime and they're going to be there for short periods of time. Like we're in a housing crunch to begin with. I don't know why we would fence that out, in my own opinion.
If they're there for 30 days, it's not considered a short term. So if they're there for a work assignment, they wouldn't fit under this criteria. Just in response to a couple of your questions, if I might, there is a report coming up, and that's why Jeff's here on the shore road allowance and that application, so you can decide on that and clear it up. But the other thing is we're all aiming for an August or October 1st effective date. So that's what's in all the bylaws. And in order to do that, we need 6 months with Granicus to get up and working. And Dysart's a little bit ahead of the other townships by a couple of weeks, only because we've been pushing from a staff end to do that, because right now is when we have the staff actually available to work with Granicus to get things set up. If we wait a couple months, we're into our busy building and septic season, and our staff are going to be running the roads.
I understand that, but on the same note, I view Dysart Council as being a thorough and very practical on that note,
Yep.
right? So regardless of what the county more or less says, with no disrespect to the
Yeah.
county, let's make sure we got our own house in order, and then.
Well,
let's see
that's
how that
all I'm
rolls out.
saying. In order for us to get our house in order, we need the time to get going now on it. And we've also signed our contract with Granicus, which is, I think our timeline is up for that
So-
April or March 1st.
Can I add one more question? Sorry to jump in here all the time. Can we switch C and D then? So we can get a little bit more of the update on the short-term rentals located on before we actually vote on C?
Let's see.
Like we're asking for a vote on whether. we
With-
establish or not.
He wants.
With regards to
Jeff's
Jeff's report, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to hear about Jeff's report first.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Does that?
which is fine.
that
We can.
make sense?
Yeah. I think we've got two options.
Yeah.
There's also a couple other little minor things, like Pat said, like simple things that instead of using the word individuals, can you use adults for the rooms? Because there's a few people that were inquiring, they have the kids in the bunk beds and they can only have 2, but they have 2 sets of bunk beds. So, and a child is not on the water as much on the sewage as an adult. So changing that, just little things that need to be tweaked that would make it so much better for the hosts. And I am agreeing, like, this is about 2 meetings too fast, because it just needs to be tweaked a little. So then we don't have the time that it's going to take for the county to have people coming to them all the time with little problems that could have easily been fixed in 1 or 2 months right now. But I have like a whole list of things that just need to be tweaked, and
We've actually already said that the 2-year-olds aren't counted as individuals, right?
yeah, 2-year-olds. But what about
So, sorry, we took away the reference, basically saying that that children are not counted as adults. If they take up a bedroom, it's still a bedroom. They still use sewage. It's what we just took any reference away from counting that implies that a child is not is an adult essentially, or whatever that wording was. That's what we did with the bylaw.
Yeah, you just used individual instead. I just to be, so it's clear to the hosts that they're not doing something wrong. Individual and adult, does that mean the same thing in this bylaw?
A person's a person, whatever their age is. So if it's a child, they still use the septic system the same as an adult would. They still have the same movements and need to wash. I don't understand what the
Okay,
issue
we'll
is.
we'll see what they decide on that.
Yeah,
Oh, there we go.
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the purpose of my report was just to outline some options for council regarding buildings associated with short-term rentals that are located on the shore road allowance. As Carl mentioned in the previous report, as per the language in the draft bylaw, anybody wishing to operate that short-term rental with the building on the shore road allowance would either need to purchase that shore road allowance or obtain permission from council. Council in previous meetings has discussed options regarding a license of occupation, which would speed up the licensing process. My report basically outlines some of the pros and cons of purchasing the shore road allowance versus a license of occupation agreement. I also added a couple options, basically a streamlined option and a hybrid approach. And I'll go through it just really quickly. Purchasing the shore road allowance is the ideal long-term solution to clear title to buildings located on the shore road allowance. But as discussed, the approval timeline and the cost associated with that process could delay short-term rentals licenses for a year while that process is being, where the applications are being processed. And it could cause some owners just to cease their rental operations altogether. A license of occupation is a quicker and more cost-effective option, at least in the short term, which would allow these operators to run their short-term rentals for the 2024 or 2025 seasons. If council would like to provide that option of a license of occupation, staff recommend a streamlined process, which would help reduce that approval timeline, but also the impacts on staff capacity. The streamlined process, I outlined just some options for council, could be completed in weeks instead of months. If council or the applicant still prefer the benefits of the long-term solution, there is a hybrid approval option. They could go forward and purchase their shore road allowance. And while we're processing that application, council could approve a license of occupation agreement for 1 or 2 years, just so that they could continue to operate their short-term rental. And I want to highlight that council does not need to pick just one option. Council can make all options available to the applicants. The reason I have some resolutions today is that if council would like applicants to benefit from a streamlined license process, I do need some direction to work with the municipal solicitor to come up with a standardized license agreement template and to come back with a bylaw to delegate authority to the mayor and clerk to sign those instead of having to come forward to council. Council might also want to just discuss a standard annual license fee. Typically for docks and other things, we've done $500. And on past licenses, council seems to be setting the term till the end of the council term, but that's something you might want to discuss. So that's just a general overview. If you have any questions, let me know.
Well,
Yeah, I think, thanks for that explanation, Jeff. I think that's covered a lot of areas, a lot of concerns in regard to the having to buy the shore allowance. And now that people can get a licensed occupation, and also if they want to buy it, it does take a little longer, and you've covered that. So I think that's a very good change for, and I think the short-term rental people should approve of something like that for sure.
Jeff, did you just say that with the docks, can you just repeat that again about that they would also have to pay for the dock being there?
No, sorry, what I was referring to is in past licenses of occupation applications that have come forward to council. I was saying that council might want to discuss a standardized fee for these, just so I don't have to come back and seek direction every time. And on past ones for docks, council set that annual fee at around $500 plus HST.
So $500 to have the dock there, as well as $500 to have the license of occupation?
No,
Or
so
not?
I was providing examples of past applications where council set the fee at $500 for docks. This would be a completely separate application where council chooses the annual fee that they want for the license of occupation.
Okay, so right now it would be, if they have a dock, they would pay $500 to have the dock there, and then $500 to have the license of occupation to run the short-term rental within the 30-meter setback. Is that right?
No, that's not correct. So there's no current fee for them to have a dock on the property. So this is just speaking for buildings associated with short-term rentals, getting a license for those.
One for the rent, the other one is just buying the property across the road.
Yeah.
Go to you for a license of occupation for that dog.
If it's,
They're two different.
okay.
Okay. So now that we should streamline the license of occupation on, speed it up, I think, don't you?
I think that's a great idea. I think it's great. And if you're willing to purchase your shoreline road allowance, then do you need a license of occupation? Because you've already started the ball rolling. Like
Yeah.
Jeff said, I think, why should we penalize you? Because you're doing your due diligence.
Yeah.
You're trying to get there. Why should we be charging you 500 as well?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
No, I think we good with that, that help?
Is that in the bylaw? No, Maria, is this
No, we have to put that in the bylaw, right? Well, I think it was discussed at county that you get a license of occupation. We're just streamlining our portion of it. Is that right, Carl?
Yeah, that's correct. It's there's got to be a process in place to mitigate those that want to purchase their shore road allowance. So Jeff could look at a process, and I think he's provided an example of what did you call it?
It was more of a hybrid approach.
Hybrid approach, yeah. So something in place where they show that they have the insurance while they're going through the process of purchasing their shore road allowance. So that could be another, the hybrid stream could be another process that Jeff works with for sure. Yeah, it's I think the difference that we're doing here in Dysart is we're not pushing people to purchase their shore road allowance. It appears that the other municipalities are going to be recommending that everybody who has an STR purchase their shore road allowance if they have any structure on there. So we're not going to that extent, and that's something that we're probably going to be a little different on, unless council wants to take that approach that everybody purchase their shore road allowance.
Some people would never get rented for 3 years.
Yeah, I think our approach is definitely reasonable, and
Sorry, Carl, I got one more question.
Sure.
So, yeah, so you told estimated cost, so you got an application fee. Is there an application fee and then the $500 for the occupancy? Or the occupancy? Or is it just $500 for the occupancy?
I think it's just the $500 for a license, isn't it?
No, if I could clarify, there is an application fee to take that application through the process. And then council can set that annual license fee as a like a rental fee for being on our property. If just to clarify, I believe council said that if they actually were proceeding to purchase their shore road allowance, they didn't want us to charge them an annual license fee. Is that correct?
How much is the application fee?
It is $750 for a new application, and it's typically $500 for a renewal.
Well, you're looking at $1,000 a year, then,
1250.
or 1,250.
And that's just the ones that have a part of their building in the shore road allowance.
Yeah, that's not for dock, it's just building and stuff. Yes, I understand that, but I think a lot of people were thinking it was $500, not $1,250.
And if council sets the term for a long term, council could set that term for 10 years, then they don't have to come forward and renew every year. So it would only be one application every 10 years. Also, we can put wording in a license agreement that it automatically renews until the municipality sends them a letter or something that says we don't want to renew that license. So they could just come forward for one license at the beginning of the process. It automatically renews us. We could tie it to their short-term rental license. As long as that's in effect, the license of occupation's in effect. So it wouldn't be $1,250 each year. It would just be whatever council wants to set that annual fee at. The initial fee, the first year there would be an application fee.
I think if you tag it to the short-term rental application fee, then things are happening at the same time every year. If they decide they're not going to use it as an STR, then they don't need the license of occupation. It can just be done. It'd be less backtracking and paperwork and record keeping.
I agree with Nancy. I think a lot of this confusion is they don't know which fees.
Yeah.
They're just bombarded with fees and they don't know which. We don't either.
Well, I'm happy to clarify if you have questions. So like the application fee is the application for staff to process their request. The annual fee is something set by council.
So can I just clarify this quickly? If I want to buy my shore road allowance, I don't have to purchase a license of occupation. Is that correct? I just got to make sure that I have insurance. Is this a change that we could make?
If they want to purchase their shore road allowance, they don't need a license, but Carl might want to weigh in if they can't get a license for their short-term rental until they've completed the purchase of the shore road allowance.
Yeah, and that's why we talked about that hybrid approach where there has to be something in place in the meantime while they're going through that process, which is a year or two a process. So they could have something in place while they're purchasing their shore road allowance, which we can look at and make it a streamlined approach as well, and have something, a minimal fee for that just to process that application. When we're talking about the applications themselves, so with these shore road allowances, when they're purchasing their shore road allowance, staff go out, take pictures, those types of things, which we could look at eliminating that process because we will be going out to those properties to do inspections to verify that everything they say is true and correct on their site plan at some point after they've received their application. Their license for an STR. So we can mitigate some of that fee with our efficiencies because we're going out to that property to do that inspection anyway under the STR bylaw. So we can take some of that and review that $750 fee if that is something that council wants us to do, if they think that fee is too high.
Could we have combine the $750 and the other fee and just make them $1,000 instead of $1,250?
So $1,000 a year or $1,000 for a set time?
We'd have to set some time on it, make it
Yeah.
5 years.
So make it a year or make it like 3 years or 4 years or something, like have a timeline set on it?
Give them a bit of 1 year. You don't want to have to do it every year.
Correct. Yeah. This is something that could stay in place. Now they'd have to give us basically renewed insurance information every year, but that's fine. We can work with that. But so what's the fee and the timeline that council would like to see on these streamlined applications?
So you're saying that, the first year, like I'm gonna get a license of occupation. So I'm gonna pay $500 for the application fee. Is that correct, Jeff? No, I think.
Currently it's $750, but if council wants staff to renew that in the fee bylaw, we can.
So it's $750 and then $500 for the license of occupation. But every year after that, you only pay the $500, not that you only pay the $750 the one time.
Correct. That's
500
correct.
plus 4%. Is that right? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
And this is only dealing with the shore road allowance. Yes,
Correct.
our application permit fee is,
When there's a
it's
building.
its own regulatory fee every year.
Okay, so,
Correct.
so I'm gonna say, let's cut that to, and I guess we vote on this, is it, so I'm gonna make a resolution that we $500 for a permit fee for the, for the application
Initial
fee,
permit.
$500 a year for the occupancy. And let's do it for 4 years, 3 years. We should, maybe we shouldn't, so let's do it at a 3-year thing then. Is that okay?
So Murray, on our license occupation for docks now, do we charge a fee for this? Like, do we charge a $750 then plus the 500 for the application? That's how it's wrote up as well? Okay.
So that's $1,000. You get 3 years.
But they pay 500 this year.
Your mic's not on, Murray.
Yeah, we can't, or I think it's Walt, I'm not sure.
Oh,
No, we were just discussing here. So the first year you'd pay $1,000, 500 for the application fee and 500 for the license of occupation. And then it's a 3-year term. So the next year you'd pay $500 for the license of occupation, and the third year you'd pay 500. And then you'd have to renew it, but you wouldn't have to, would you have to renew and get the application fee, pay it that again? Or just continue on paying the license of occupation? That should be a one-time payment, shouldn't it?
I think if you want it to be one, sorry, I'm not meaning to interrupt. At one point, we were talking about it automatically renewing until the short-term rental is no longer licensed. I don't know why you wouldn't go that way, because otherwise people are gonna be repaying an application fee.
Right.
So I think the way that I think makes sense in the way you guys are talking is that person's automatically renewed as long as that short-term rental is licensed. And then they don't have to repay that startup fee.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we got that solved?
The only other thing is, and I'm gonna ask Jeff, so they're council suggesting $500 for the application fee. We already charge everyone else $750, right? So is it council's desire to reduce that application fee for all?
I think,
all-
Mallory, they were talking about a different process.
just the
because you
streamlined
have
one.
to go out because.
Just the streamlined one, okay. And I
Well,
guess,
it's different in that they're gonna have the pictures and stuff already collected through a different process, where with a normal application, they wouldn't. So they'd have to spend that extra $250 in staff time to go out. So with this one, Carl's suggesting they can piggyback onto another process to get that information.
I'm just making sure that I have it right in what we've got as resolution here.
You got two resolutions, right?
So it's basically 500 for the application fee and then 500 per year for occupancy. And you're suggesting with the term being renewable until they no longer need it for their short-term rental.
And also no fee if you're purchasing your shoreline. We said that too, correct?
Yeah.
But
It has to be in motion.
insurance.
Yes, it has to be in motion. You have to have your paperwork put in that you're doing it, and be no fees.
So how is that gonna be administered, Carl? If they're, say I have a short-term rental and I say I plan to purchase it. And then I just drag on for 10 years and don't ever purchase it. How's that gonna work?
They're gonna make you pay your application fee, so you'll continue to work toward it or not.
Is that how we're gonna do it, or is that enough? Or is that cheaper? Can
That's what
anyone
we
say I
said, we
plan to
weren't
build
gonna
it?
Make them go through an application fee if they were going to buy it.
So why don't we tack on that $500 annual fee to get them to do their process quickly? So basically the $500 annual fee, same as the simplified, streamlined version. And that way, because we're still collecting the insurance information, making sure that they have the insurance on there, naming the municipality as an insured. So we're still doing work annually on this to make sure that it complies. So I think that would be the process. We're still collecting the application fee through that process of purchasing the shore road allowance, but it's just a different process. So, but to make it simplified, I think charging that same 500 fee annually would definitely be a
Do they
benefit.
get it back then, Carl, if they do go through and purchase their shoreline road allowance? Can we give it back to them then, like at that time? If they're 2 years getting that done, they spend $1,000.
No, because everyone else who's got a license still has to pay for that. That's the difference, right? Like, we're still making people who have a license, who have a license of occupation pay annually. So I'm saying I could get around it. I'm just being devil's advocate here and say that I plan to purchase it because it's a cheaper option than actually getting a license of occupation. So you still have to charge people to force them to do one thing or the other, or they're just gonna find the cheapest way and not do it, right? I mean, I would, so I'm just being honest. So I'm trying to find ways to make it so that I think you would still collect that annual fee from people who are planning to purchase. Because then they're in line with the people who have a license of occupation. So
Timeline on it. If you don't have it in 2 years, then you have to start over again.
But then they're 2 years without having to pay anything, and that's what you mean. So what's the application fee for purchasing the shore road allowance, Jeff?
It's an $800 administration fee. The one thing I want to just make council aware of is licenses of occupation already have a heavy administrative tasks associated with them. Making sure you get your insurance every year, because most people forget. So trying to put in all these little conditions might just make it more of an administrative burden, especially if we're receiving 50 applications. So as Valerie said, it's probably best to have them pay that fee. If council wants to refund that fee at the time of a shore road allowance application, we can do that through a resolution.
That's one way to do it.
But they are paying an $800 application fee if they're going to purchase. So we've got 1 year covered there already. Right?
We also require deposits along with that $800 administration fee. I believe the deposit with an application is $1,550.
Are we clear on this now?
Carl, you have any anticipated numbers of how many of these we're going to process, or is that Gracias's job?
I think we're talking about 10% or something. It's hard to put a firm number on it, but again, we're talking about maybe 50 at the most. I'm thinking. Again, it's only if the dwelling or any building associated with that short-term rental is on that shore road allowance.
Mallory, what do you think? You got something there that you can run by us and see?
I'll start reading it. I'm not sure. I'm trying to read it while I'm listening. So I'll start. It's a long resolution, so we'll get through the first part first. Be resolved, the council received the report pertaining to options for short-term rentals located on a municipally owned shore road allowance. And further, that council directs staff to work with the municipal solicitor, develop a standard license of occupation agreement template to be used for short-term rentals located on municipally owned shore road allowances. And further, that council directs staff to return with a bylaw to delegate to the mayor and clerk the authority to execute a license of occupation agreement for short-term rentals located on municipally owned shore road allowances. And further, that council sets the license of occupation application fee at $500, the annual licensing fee at $500, and the term will be automatically renewed until the short-term rental is no longer licensed. And further, that $500 will be charged annually for short-term rental applicants who plan to purchase the shore road allowance. Insurance coverage will be required annually. That's what I have written. I don't know if there's a better way to say it or.
I think it's good.
Might be a better way, but I can't come up with it, I can tell you that.
Okay. You've heard the resolution then, mover and seconder. Nancy and Malt, all in favor? Okay, next resolution then.
So I guess we're back to the short-term rental bylaw
Yeah, we're back to
itself.
C.
Yeah. So are there any other questions from council with regards to the proposed bylaw? Again, I know there's some issues that some councilors have with the bylaw, but overall it's definitely a decent start to regulation. And again, this affords staff the time to deal with getting this in place, getting the educational component in place. Like, this bylaw won't take effect until October, so we have a lot of time to educate the public. As you know, you need to apply for your if you need to apply for your shore road allowance license, those types of things beforehand, making sure that everybody's aware of the requirements for the short-term rental bylaw, working with Granicus to make sure that our processes are in place for October, those types of things before the busy building season come, which based on the temperatures, it might be around the corner, but just keeping those things in mind as you're making these decisions.
Carl, my own opinion is one more month. And to me, like, we'd have this sewed up, like we just chewed off almost an hour of debate over these fees.
Mhm.
And again, with the points being renewed and these other little housekeeping items, to me, would have it aced, my own opinion.
So even with the demerit points, for a compromise, instead of saying they never go away, could we put like a 3-year term on them?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Right? Because 1 year, well, maybe 1 year's not enough, but maybe 3 years would.
Or 2 years.
Yeah, it's just, it gives them like, we're given and we're taking and everybody be happy.
Is that the only outstanding issue, the demerit points? So
Well, that's one I hear about a lot, yes.
Could we commit to reviewing it in a year and like put it in place now, but commit to reviewing the impact of it in 1 year?
To do it now. It's fairly straightforward, and like majority emails are getting the shoreline.
Yes,
And
demerit points.
And the demerit points.
Yeah, if we come up with a 2 or 3 year term on that, I don't think that's unreasonable for a amount of time for them to be erased. If you have them every year, well, then you're a bad renter, but if you have them over 2 or 3 years.
okay. Well, you want to defer it then? Is that what you're?
Well, can we not?
Yeah.
Can we not just?
Can we just
Can we
change
not
the
just come to agreement
resolution?
that today, Marie,
Well,
or
I would hope we would, but maybe we can't.
like, what's everybody think?
I don't know if you,
So we
I
need
mean, if you want to go around the table, that's my vote. I'm fine with the 2 or 3 year for the demerit points, and everything else. I think we've addressed as much as we possibly can with keeping with, like Carl says, with the county thing. So I think they're minor changes, but maybe the demerit points been more of a major change, but that's, yeah.
Do you have comments on that, Carol?
I can't see it being a major change, putting that in there. It's, again, I'm not sure the process that Granicus can keep track of demerit points. But we will also be keeping track of demerit points through our bylaw department. So maybe that would be a process where our bylaw department keeps track of the demerit points and renews them after every 3 years, something along those lines. I just can't. I can't see how it's going to work right now, but we can probably work with it, making those changes.
We could also, although I'll run it by you, Carl. We could pass the bylaw and then add a line to say as amended to include a 2-year or two. I don't know if you guys want 2 or 3, a 2-year expiry on demerit points or something like that, so that we're passing the bylaw, but we're adding a small amendment.
Why is it so crucial to pass it today? like, have we got a timeline or something? I thought it was.
Yes, we do. We have, in order to get it implemented for the timeline across across the whole county, we only have staff available right now before we get into the busy season, and we have a lot of work with Granicus to get all our forms uploaded, make sure things are working right, and work out all the technological bugs, and right now is our time where staff can actually focus on these things.
So Marie, correct me if I'm wrong, but you said we're ahead of the rest of the municipalities on where we're sitting right now?
Yeah.
Not by much, like just only because of
Okay, but-
council timing.
But if we put this 3-year or 2-year demerit points thing in, the other municipalities might look at it and say, hey, we'll follow along with that. To make it simple for everybody.
They very well might, if we put that change in, they very well might use our same wording.
The demerit points are funny, like, if I had a render in and it violated on Friday night, and violated again on Saturday night.
We can't hear who's talking right now, just so you guys know.
If I had a renter in on, and he made noise Friday night, and then he did again Saturday night, and that's 2 complaints, I'm gonna go down to the county, if they're gonna take my license and say, it's the same guy, I couldn't, you can't penalize me like that. I don't know how that's gonna work down there. If it's gonna be, I hope there's people down there with common sense.
Well, it's going to be county council. That's going to be the appeal committee.
No, I don't think, I think there's gonna be private individuals. What I hear.
No.
The other main one is the business to private owner. Like almost every email we've gotten is the private owners compared to running it as a business. I would say that is even more crucial than the demerit points. Like, and somebody had just mentioned about having the tiered licensing. That was in the beginning. And also, there's a lot of things that were in the beginning that were good ideas that all of a sudden just disappeared off of our proposed bylaw. Like you had mentioned, the 4 weeks, then they don't, if they only rented for 4 weeks, then they don't need a license. But that I couldn't find anywhere until
There is something
Steve's-
in there.
There is, but it's not now because Stephen Stone took it out, I read.
Yeah.
So, or days, yeah, like why was that all taken out when that wasn't a possibility to separate? Even at 12 weeks, if you were a commercial operator, you could not operate and make money at 12 weeks. So, and also like there was talk of, well, if you were charging $150 a night, that's not a commercial operator.
No.
Like there's things that could be added that we're just tweaking that would differentiate between the business and the private.
You know what? This has happened right across the province.
I know.
Just a mess. You just gotta do it and try and fix it, but I've never heard so many people that rent their cottages and lose money. I'm hearing that every day now that they're losing money. Why would you rent your place and lose money? And let some stranger in there to tear it to pieces?
Because they know it's good for the economy, because of
Oh, I doubt
tourism.
that.
There's a couple,
Yeah.
there's a couple of emails that have said that, that's right.
Yeah,
That-
well, I know, but it's, people tell you anything.
The one in Wilberforce was, they know that it's needed because there's no accommodations out there.
Yeah.
And for the headaches that they get, they're just trying to do a service in their area. And why is Bancroft at one point asking for people to do short-term rentals because they don't have enough?
They don't,
Like-
nobody wants to go to Bancroft, that's why.
Because it's
You
got a
know the
place
answer to that
stay.
yourself.
There's just a lot of little tweaking that would make a big difference to a host.
I hear you, but we've had this here 3 times at this council. We've gone over it and over it. We've had it at every other council. We've had it at county council 12 times. Good Lord, when does this ever end?
No, because we're not doing it right in the first
Well,
place.
that's an opinion.
Yeah. I think we've tweaked it.
Yeah.
I think we've likely tweaked it enough for right now. And like you said, we can amend.
Yeah.
And as we
And
go
we will
along.
have to. We
Yeah.
will have to.
Oh, absolutely, we will have to.
But it's tailored after a lot of other bylaws.
Sure.
So
That doesn't mean they're right.
So Marie, if we
They're
can throw
not
this to
right,
merit,
Abby.
if we can just throw this to merit pointing now, I think would be a step forward. And this 28-day rental without a license, nobody seems to know that, like Tammy said, it's gone, it's not on the website. Can we verify that for some people that just
Yeah.
want to rent?
I'll text Scott right now.
You know what I mean? And it's because people ask, well, if I only rent it for 2 or 3 weeks for family, do I need a license? And they can't find that answer no more.
I can verify that there's no provision in the bylaw that exempts somebody from 2 to 3 weeks from not requiring a license.
I think the 28. I think the month you're talking about is just long-term and short-term.
Yeah, the difference between long-term and short-term.
Okay, so
Has no other municipality or county differentiated between the business and the private?
sorry,
Is there no other county or municipality that's differentiated between the business, them doing it as a business compared to them doing it as a
Well,
private?
I think if you're renting it 6 months of the year, it's a business.
Well, I guess if you can make money in 6 months and have 40 weeks that you're not doing anything
Well-
with your investment.
Well,
So I think it's more.
You know this stuff. You're in the business. I'm not. I don't know when you make money.
In the tourism business, yeah, you only make money in 6 months. If that, 2 months.
Would you like me to read so is council comfortable with the 2-year expiry on demerit points? Is that what council wanted to move towards? I can't hear if someone's talking.
Three of them said
Three, we're in agreement with 3, Mallard.
3, okay. I think the basis of this is not whether you're making a bunch of money. Lots of businesses are not very fruitful, right? But they're still called a business. So I understand the point of that, but it's still, if you're renting it out and you're taking in cash and doing it properly, it's still considered business dealings in this bylaw. That's what it is. And it's not based on whether you're making a good profit on it, your profit margins. But would council like me to read the resolution as I've written it right now?
I think we were dying to hear it.
Oh, I bet. Okay, so right now it's written, be it resolved that council receive the short-term rental bylaw report as information. And further that bylaw 2024-14 being a bylaw to regulate short-term rentals be read a first, second, third time, signed and the purport seal attached thereto, as amended to include a 3-year expiry on demerit points.
Okay, mover and seconded. Barry and Carm, all in favor?
I'm not.
Carried. Okay, you're going to vote against it.
I'm voting against.
Okay.
Would you like that vote recorded, Tammy?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna start reading out names. Just give me a second to pull it up. I don't want to miss anyone.
You didn't ask for recorded votes. You just voted against it. Did you ask for recorded?
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't agree.
Okay, so I'm gonna call your name out and then just say yes or no. Counselor Boyce,
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Counselor Casey,
No.
Counselor Donaldson? No. I know your answer,
No.
but. Yeah. Deputy Mayor McKechnie,
Yes.
Counselor Sawyer,
Yes.
Counselor Wood Roberts,
Yes.
and Mayor Ferry.
Yep.
Okay, that passes.
Hey. Okay, so we're moving right along here now. Septic maintenance inspection program, Bree.
Morning, everybody. So this is just to bring towards a few proposed changes of the septic maintenance inspection bylaw. We've been working closely, myself and Carl, and we've had Tamara as well as Counselor Casey and Counselor Boyce, for some kind of strategy group, just to make sure that we are moving in the right direction with the septic maintenance program and making sure that we're evolving as the industry needs us to evolve. So there's not very many changes that we've proposed to the bylaw this year. Mainly it's adding in the involvement for staff with regards to the short-term rental bylaw. We will be, so our septic maintenance staff, when we are in the area allocated for like that, those short-term rentals are, we will be carrying out the I guess, intensified requirements of the inspections as per the short-term rental bylaw. So it'll be the seasonal maintenance inspectors that'll be carrying out the short-term rental bylaw required mandatory inspections. So we've added in a section for that in the bylaw. We've also added in section, I believe it's section 11 of the bylaw, which is the lake health assessment. And this is where staff are going to do sort of an overall property assessment to confirm that properties are being maintained in accordance with our shoreline preservation bylaw. This is going to be an information only, like an educational component of the program, just basically to get some more information about shoreline preservation into the community. We will be providing sort of a scoring basis to homeowners or representatives that are on the site, but it's not going to be an enforcement-based component of the inspection. Basically, we're just there to say this is what we are observing, and this is how you could choose to approve it. We are not going to be acting on any of those things unless we receive formal complaints as per bylaw requirements. And then beyond that, the only other thing that we changed with regards to the actual bylaw itself is the requirements. So clarification on requirements for pump outs. So we have clarified within the bylaw that when a pump out is required based on the 5 criteria outlined previously in the bylaw for pump outs, that the pump out is meant to be, the tank is to be pumped entirely. So the full components of the tank are all to be pumped completely, not just partially as we've seen in the past. And that's just to provide clarification so that it provides clarity for homeowners and our partners in the field for sewage haulers. So that's the proposed bylaw changes that we're bringing forward. Beyond that, we are proposing to increase a couple of our fees, simply to sort of keep up with the cost of running the program. We, based on discussions with our strategy group, have decided to reduce the number of inspections that we will be completing in 2024. Last year, we tackled over 1,000 properties. Staffing wise, we were able to make that happen, but it has put a significant strain on the industry, which we recognize. So we are doing our best to sort of take a slight step back that way and hopes that the industry will have the opportunity to catch up a bit. And so this year we are looking at roughly 500 properties. So we've decided to divide area 5 into two sort of sections. Basically the properties that are included within Harcourt Park will be done in 2025, and any of the other properties that are located within area 5 will be our focus this coming year. So to do so, we are proposing a fee increase of $23 per inspection, which would bring us up to a fee of $220 per inspection attempt, from the 197, which it was last year. This increase is may seem significant, but we are able to still effectively keep the fee under the fee that was being invoiced by WSP in 2021. So we do think that it's a reasonable increase. It's a necessary increase, but yeah. And then the only other fee increase is for just to keep it in line with the additional charge of properties that are not getting their inspections completed within their allotted time frame. So by basically September 1st of their scheduled year, we are increasing that to reflect the additional $23 as well. So they will be, we will be $220 for the regular inspections. That'll be $320 for properties that don't have their inspections completed by September 1st. And I think that's it. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay. That shouldn't stand it any longer.
I think someone's calling.
Oh, somebody's calling. Well, you've heard that. Everybody okay with that? What's going on there? I know the costs have gone up a little bit for sure. Okay, resolution then.
Be it resolved that council accepts the proposed revisions to bylaw 2023-003 and applicable fees. And further, that a public meeting is to be held on March 26, 2024 during the regular meeting of council for the proposed changes to the fees for administration and enforcement of the Building Code Act.
Okay, mover and seconder, Barry and Walt, all in favor? Okay, next. Bylaw update from.
Yep. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I have a few items, but we'll start with the bylaw update for mid-January to mid-February. We have seen an increase in complaints, specifically deer feeding has really brought an uptick in our complaints. Our January and February has the highest intake since we've started tracking this. Other than that, no big changes. If anybody has any questions regarding the bylaw update.
We laid any charges on the deer?
Not yet. We're getting close. It's going to be likely this week that happens.
Okay.
Yes, we're trying to make sure that everyone is fully educated. Notices have been given, full warnings. Everyone's aware of what's happening before we bring those charges forward.
Okay. Any questions? Resolution then, Mallory?
Be it resolved, the council accepts the bylaw update report for January 17th to February 20th, 2024 as information.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Okay, parking control.
Parking control, yes. This is an updated parking bylaw. Basically, we've consolidated all the amendments from the past 14 years since the last bylaw was passed, consolidated those into one bylaw, and changed the references to paid parking zones to be a 2-hour time limit as opposed to regulating it as a paid zone.
Okay. Any discussion? Resolution?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-13, being a bylaw to regulate and control parking under the jurisdiction of Dysart et al., be read a first, second, third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto. And further, the staff are directed to send the bylaw to the Ministry of Attorney General for set plan approval.
Mover and seconder? Pat and Nancy, all in favor? Carried. Oh, now we're into the scavenging.
Scavenging? Okay. Yes, so we've had an uptick in scavenging at our waste disposal sites. I've gotten some referrals from John regarding those and site staff. And in that, I noticed that we don't actually have a set fee for scavenging. So I can send letters out to anybody, but we don't have any sort of fine or anything related to that activity. Okay. This is a proposed fee, a fine of $150 for a set fine.
Sorry, I know there's a pretty good beer bottle and alcohol bottle recycling program. I think that is going on there. I don't know how we handle that on that note.
I don't either.
Last year, John, or sorry, not John, the other fellow that's now in West Guilford made all the glass bottles go back into the big recycling bins. So all that was there were the beer cans. And that's changed again. But I did hear of one of the service clubs that would gladly pick them up and use them. And take
The
them
fish
back.
hatchery would it?
And that money would go back into further programs and stuff in the community.
That's a great idea. Yeah. I think some people used to make a lot of money out of that. Yeah, they still do, yeah.
That's some good direction to bring up when John's on the screen, because Haley wouldn't have anything to do with that, but we can definitely bring that up later in the meeting.
Okay, have a resolution in, Mallory?
Yeah, and just so we know, Haley has one more report that we've skipped over, but I'll do this one first. So be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the report bylaw 2021, receipt of the report bylaw 2021-29 waste management set fine for scavenging. And further that council accepts the proposed amendment and directs staff to bring forward an amended Schedule N for adoption to a future meeting.
Okay. Mover and seconder, Walt and Pat, all in favor? Carried. Okay, go back to one you skipped.
Yeah, so this one is a proposed bylaw reinspection fee. This is a tool used by a number of other municipalities. It helps with cost recovery and incentivizing compliance. We have a lot of situations where we're called out. We identify that there is a violation, a notice or an order is sent, and we're basically ignored. There's a lot of follow-up that needs to happen with that to get communication from the property owner to gain compliance, which is time that staff is spending. I'm proposing a reinspection fee of $100 an hour per officer or per hour or part thereof, to incentivize these property owners to communicate with us, or bring the property into compliance, as well as get a little bit of cost recovery for the time that we spend on these files.
Okay, discussion? Okay, mover and seconder.
I'll read the resolution here. Be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the report detailing the proposed bylaw reinspection fee. And further, that council accepts the proposed amendments and directs staff to bring forward amended fee bylaw for adoption to a future meeting.
Okay, now I'll mover and seconder. Carm and Barry, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Thank you. I guess that's all for your group. Well, we got 20 minutes. We do some roads. Rob in here? We got Barb in there. We could do finance. Rob's not here yet.
He's here now. He's just getting pushed over, right? There he is.
There he is. Morning, Rob.
Morning, Mayor.
Yeah, still morning, I guess. Okay, the roads report.
Okay, so my roads report for January 2024. Basically, we've had ongoing sanding operations. And we did some snow removal last week. Something that I do want to point out is half loads have went on today, and we are flipping the signage as we speak. Other than that, I don't have much to report.
Well, can't find much fault with it.
No.
Resolution then?
Dave, do you mind muting your computer? Or I'm gonna hear myself the entire way. Perfect, thank you. Be it resolved that council receives a report outlining roads maintenance activities for January 2024 as information.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Nancy. Okay. Next one, Rob, is that you? That's the sidewalk tractor?
Yes, Mayor, I'm seeking pre-approval to go out to market for a new sidewalk plow. The one we have, as you'll see, was purchased as an off-lease from the city of Ottawa. It is now 15 years old. So it is at end of life. It was scheduled for replacement next year. And it's my understanding that these machines aren't just sitting on lots somewhere. Like everything else, there is some lead time required. The last I had heard, they're about 6 to 7 months out for the last vendor we spoke to. And although the one we got off lease, we got for a very good price in hindsight now, don't expect to get that same price now in 2024. We're going to be seeking some value add items and some attachments on this next one just to see if we can utilize it more than just during the 4 or 5 months in the winter. Right now, it only works about 400 hours a year, which is it's pretty steep for the price of the machine. So if we can get some other attachments to use it throughout the year, it might be worthwhile to Dysart.
Well, you should get a few bucks for that one, shouldn't you, or not?
I hope so. I mean, it is 15 years old now, so things are starting to wear a little thin on it.
Just young, that is. Okay. So would you buy that for next winter, right?
Yeah, we're gonna have to get creative on some pricing because it wasn't budgeted in this year's budget. So whether we rent it for the remainder of 2024 once it arrives and then pay it out in January, we can get creative with the financing on it.
Okay. We need a mover and seconder.
I'll read the resolution.
be
Be
good.
resolved that council authorizes staff to advertise for proposals to replace the municipal sidewalk tractor, being a 2009 Holder C992 tractor, to allow for a new unit to be in service for the 2024 to 2025 winter season.
Okay, now I'm mover and seconder. Walt and Carm. All in favor? Carried. Default speed signs and the impact of the minimum maintenance standards.
Yeah, so this is a follow-up from the delegation we had at last month's meeting, stipulating that by regulation, the majority of our roads are 80 kilometers an hour. And so based on minimum maintenance standards, that puts us largely into a class 4 road network. At first I was a little leery on our service levels with the class 4, but going back and looking at our dispatches, we still meet the class 4 requirement because we have staff on throughout the week. We generally don't wait for 3 inches of snow to fall before we plow, that kind of thing. So the snow removal and the dealing with the icy conditions, we are very well within the standard for a class 4 network. Where we're lacking is in the documented patrolling. So what I'm suggesting is we sign on to a 2-year contract with an artificial intelligence assisted road patrol camera that would go in both Dave's truck and one of our patrolman trucks. And we're in the middle of a trial right now. And what it does is it takes pictures of literally every pothole on our roads as it goes over and documents it and sends it to us on a web platform so we can track them better. And really that's going to be our best defense in court when we get any claims against us for maintenance on roads. I'm only suggesting a 2-year agreement because I know very little about artificial intelligence, quite honestly, and I can only imagine what it's going to look like in 2 years. So this is very much a scaled back version of AI as far as I can understand, but it's something that we're comfortable with and something that we can actually utilize in-house and help with road maintenance.
Well,
so there's that aspect, and I didn't know if we want to talk about the road patrolling first, because the other side of this was I'm asking to purchase more signs to post on the roads that we do have proper bylaws for, and the roads that do have 50 kilometer an hour signs that are not bylawed for 50 should be coming down, so we're compliant with the act.
okay, is any discussion on that? Nancy?
I just have a question, Rob, about areas that we might want to lower that speed limit to 50. How we go about that, like deeming them like a community safety zone? Because we never really got into that when the road network report came back.
No, I think that was kind of beyond the scope of the report that we received. I was doing a little bit of research in the back end, and I think really what we should be looking at is having a policy in place for assigning speeds. Because largely, as much as we have 80-kilometer-an-hour roads, the people are not traveling 80. It's very much a perceived speeding issue as opposed to an actual speeding issue. So if council likes, I can bring something back with maybe some examples of what we could do moving forward to kind of standardize how we assess speed limits. Because historically, what would happen is we would have a special interest group approach council and say, we think it should be 40 kilometers an hour. And that's kind of how the conversation starts. And it's quite arbitrary, quite honestly. But if we had something, a policy in place, then it would help make my life easier, certainly, and probably yours.
Get your answer? Okay. So resolution then, I guess. All right.
Okay, be it resolved that council directs staff to install regulatory speed signs on roads currently under bylaw in accordance with the Highway Traffic Act. And that council directs staff to remove all regulatory speed signs in the municipal road network that have been installed absent a municipal bylaw. And that council authorized staff to enter into a 2-year agreement with Visual Defense Incorporated for the provision of an artificial intelligence assisted road patrol platform for an annual cost of $5,549.75, excluding HST, to be funded from the Municipal Modernization Fund in the absence of an operational surplus.
Mover and seconder, Barry and Walt. All in favor? Carried. Okay. Thanks, Dave. And just now we're going to John and Rob.
Good morning, everyone. I have a series of reports today. The first one is the waste management summary for November and December of 2023. Just in terms of vehicle counts, we had a 7% increase in vehicle traffic in November 2023 compared to November 2022. We had a 54% increase in vehicle traffic in December 2023 compared to December 2022. But that's actually because 2022 was exceptionally lower than previous years. So it was 2023 was more in keeping with 2021 and 2020. In terms of tonnage in those months, we managed 1% fewer total tons of blue box garbage and construction demolition waste in November compared to November 2022. And we managed 4% more metric tons in blue box garbage and construction and demolition waste in December 2023 compared to December 2022. There is a chart there that summarizes those statistics in terms of our tonnage for November and December 2023, and the next report, which I'll talk about, summarizes the entire year. So that's it for that first report.
Okay, well, we'll do that resolution now then. Keep.
Okay, be it resolved that council receive the November and December 2023 waste management summary for information.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carried.
So the next report is the 2023 Waste Management Annual Summary. This is for all of the information, all the projects that we undertook under the previous year, including our tonnage. One of the major focuses, obviously, was our blue box transition, which started on January 1st of 2024. So there was a lot of lead up and reports, council making decisions about how to implement that new blue box regulation. In 2023, we conducted a 3-season waste audit at the Haliburton landfill, financed by Stewardship Ontario and Continuous Improvement Fund. Part of that study showed that 34.57% of the garbage is food waste and organics, helping to make the case for diverting food waste away from the landfill. We supported the County of Haliburton in the implementation of its food cycler pilot project. Of their 500 pilot participants, 193 were from Dysart ratepayers. We hosted the second annual New to You community yard sale, and all 35 spaces were sold to sellers. We had our textile recycling program that diverted 20.85 metric tons of textiles in 2023. We expanded our electronic recycling program to all 5 of our waste disposal sites. We also received an assortment of free recycling bins from the Canadian Beverage Container Recycling Association, which we provided to the arena and community centers and museum. We hosted 3 household hazardous waste days. We processed 515 appliances that needed refrigerant removed from them. In terms of backyard composters and digesters, we sold 5 backyard composters in 2023, 0 digesters, but 193 Dysart ratepayers took part in the county's food cycler pilot project. We received a grant of $10,750 from the Carton Council of Canada to implement a carton recycling public awareness campaign. We continue to do social media, and we're awarded with a gold campaign award and a gold special event award from the Municipal Waste Association for our promotion education efforts. On the advocacy front, staff were asked to present at the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference, the Recycling Council of Alberta, the Municipal Waste Association, the Canadian Association of Certified Planning Technicians, and the Ontario Food Collaborative. We also were working with as part of the Haliburton County Service Delivery Review Steering Committee to undertake a service delivery review of waste management with a report expected in spring of this year. We also mentored students from Fleming College's Waste Management Resource Environmental program. In terms of vehicle counts, in 2023, our 5 sites recorded 178,168 vehicles, which represents a 2.38% increase in vehicle traffics compared to the year previous, but is still below the pandemic years of 2020 and 2021. And there is a chart that summarizes by site and by year all of the vehicle counts. In 2023, 7,540 metric tons of waste was managed, and that includes recycling, household hazardous waste, garbage, compared to 8,866 metric tons in 2022. This represents a 15% decrease in metric tons managed. There was overall a 7% decrease in blue box materials hauled, a 24% decrease in construction and demolition waste hauled, and a 2% increase in the amount of garbage hauled. And it should just be noted that construction and demolition waste makes up 54% of the total waste Dysart managed in 2023. There is an attachment to the report that summarizes all of those waste streams and the tonnages associated with them. And that is it for that 2023 annual summary.
That's good. That's a pretty comprehensive report. Okay, resolution then?
Be it resolved that council receive the 2023 Waste Management Annual Summary for information.
Okay, mover and seconder, Pat and Nancy, all in favor? Carry. Hazardous waste days.
So the next report is about the 2024 Household Hazardous Waste Days. Each year we host Household Hazardous Waste Days, so residents can drop off their hazardous waste materials. These events are for residents, not for commercial materials. We issued a collaborative RFP back in 2022, which was awarded to Buckham Transport. It should be noted that in the end of 2023, GFL Environmental Services acquired Buckham Transport, so we are now working with GFL. We have an intermunicipal agreement with the other lower tier municipalities in the county. In 2023, we hosted our 3 household hazardous waste days. 470 Dysart households attended those events, and 74 Dysart households attended events in the other lower tier municipalities to drop off their materials. In 2024, Dysart will be hosting 3 household hazardous waste days: Saturday, July 27th at Haliburton Landfill, Saturday, August 10th at Harcourt Landfill, and Saturday, September 14th at West Guildford Landfill. The report also outlines the other dates and hosts of the household hazardous waste days in the other lower tier municipalities that ratepayers will be able to attend. There's likely one change to one of those dates, but that council is still determining what that's going to be. So we're excited to host those events for our ratepayers coming up this year.
Good. Good. Okay. Resolution then?
Okay, be it resolved that council receive this report for information about the 2024 Household Hazardous Waste Days.
Mover and seconder, Nancy and Carm, all in favor? Carry. Okay, bylaw.
So this next report is partially for information, but also to pass a bylaw to execute an agreement. In 2022, the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks approved a new electrical and electronic equipment regulation. That regulation was divided into two material types. The first being information technology, telecommunications, and audiovisual equipment, which we have an agreement with Com2 Recycling Solutions. The second material type identified under that regulation is lighting. And that regulation came into effect on January 1st, 2023. As part of that regulation, designated lighting materials include all types of bulbs, fluorescent bulbs, halogen headlight bulbs, indicator lights, incandescent lights, LED bulbs, UV tubes. And so in this program, the producers of these lights become responsible for funding and recycling those lights that are included in the designated materials. Product Care Association is the producer responsibility organization that is handling the lighting regulation. And so they've proposed an agreement to us that would enable us to collect lights at Halliburton, Harcourt, and West Guildford landfills. Ratepayers would be able to drop off the designated lighting at those locations at no cost. We would collect them, and once we had significant materials, Product Care would arrange for those materials to be taken away to be recycled, and Dysart would receive revenue for those materials that are recycled through that program. That money was already budgeted in our 2024 budget. So once we have this execute this agreement in place and we receive the bins and materials from Product Care Association, residents and ratepayers would be able to drop off lights at those three sites to have them recycled.
Okay, sounds like a good program. Okay, mover and second, resolution first.
Okay, be it resolved that council receive this report for information about a lighting material services agreement with Product Care Association of Canada. And further, be it resolved that bylaw 2024-10, being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a lighting material services agreement with Product Care Association of Canada, effective January 1st, 2024. You read a first, second, third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached here too.
Okay, mover and seconder. Carm and Pat, all in favor? Okay.
And the final report is a bylaw to authorize the purchase of lands adjacent to the West Guildford landfill. And this is for our buffer zone at the West Guildford landfill.
Okay. So there's no price on this, but I guess.
So the purchase price is identified in the report, as well as the realtor fees that we had agreed to.
Okay. Okay. Well, we need it. Resolution then?
Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-11, being a bylaw to authorize the purchase of lands, is described as part of Part Lot 7, Concession 3 in the geographic township of Guildford, municipality of Dysart et al., being part of PIN 39141-0314, Jacob William Haxon, buffer zone extension for West Guildford landfill. You read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Carm again. All in favor? Okay, I think we should have. Pardon? Oh, yeah. It was suggested by some of the council here that the beer bottles and the liquor bottles and stuff that are at the landfill that are put in containers. Could we make some arrangements maybe with the fish hatchery or an organization to take those?
So at the moment, Dysart has always promoted that ratepayers bring their alcohol and beer bottles and cans back to the beer store for a refund on their deposit. That's always been our main position. The ones that we have received on site, staff manage on their own time, on their own resources. If council is directing us to perhaps issue an RFP to find a community partner to look after those materials at all 5 of our sites, that's something that could be explored if that's council's direction.
So in other words, the people working the landfills are taking them.
At the moment, they're doing that on their own time, so they come in on days off to look after the beer bottles that residents are dropping off at the sites. We don't have to take those materials.
You don't believe in Santa Claus, do you? I question that. Anyway, I think they're good people, and if they're doing it, but it seems to me that it should be going back into a service club or a, yeah. Yeah. Fish hatchery is anything other besides the fish hatchery? That's probably the best one. They have big bins out there.
I think part of it would be, I think you have to have somebody to handle it perhaps. John could explain more, but I think Minden right now is going through an RFP process to find a service club to do something similar. So it may be something you want to watch to see how that works out.
That mightn't hurt if we have an RFP to, if we have a designated spot alongside our glass bins or whatever, then it goes to the alcohol side, but they pick it up and look after it and bring it back. So it's not on our shoulders. Here, your cans and bottles.
They add up pretty good, them 10 tenders, those cans.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to see what you can do with that, John?
So I just want to be clear, are you asking us to issue an RFP to find a vendor for all 5 sites?
Or else reach out to the fish hatchery and the service clubs maybe to start with.
Right, and so our expectation is that they would provide volunteers to be at site with personal protective equipment, insurance to be on site to manage those containers?
Pick them up and take them wherever they go. Yeah, it's kind of you could create your own little RFP, but I think you can just reach out to some of the.
Murray, why can't our employees now are taking them and putting them away as they come in? Why can't they put them in one spot and we just have somebody pick them up from there?
I guess they could. What kind
They're
of?
not doing it on their days off.
No. I know that. So what
Like you
kind
go
of
to
a
Guilford,
container?
behind Guilford, they sort them behind the shed. They could just still sort them like they do now, and somebody can come pick them up.
Okay. What kind of a container would you need for them to pick?
Well,
them
they
up?
got shelves and everything built.
Oh, they do?
Oh, yeah, she's a production.
Hmm. Okay. Yeah.
Like at Kenese for a long time, Larry Everett just had a shipping container set out there and said, donate your bottles and cans. And it went to, I can't remember what it went to, and people would just stop and put them in the container.
So what's the suggestion here then?
They also do it, I think, at Algonquin Highlands, John, with the Lions Club, so it may be, I think, helpful to give John a little bit of time to look at what
Oh,
the
yeah,
others
he's
are
got some time,
doing.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm aware of somewhat of what Algonquin Highlands has in terms of they have a very lengthy agreement with one of their service clubs to provide service at one of their sites. Minden Hills is currently looking at their RFP, I think is closing very shortly. They are looking at just having one site that would accept these bottles. All other sites would not take them at all. So there's definitely some considerations that council would need to explore about whether, keeping in mind we have 5 sites and what does that mean in terms of ratepayers dropping off bottles and cans. And if they don't even have to, they should be taking them back to the beer store. That is the way the Ontario Deposit Return System is set up to be. We do not have any obligation to accept those materials at our sites.
They don't want anybody seeing them go in the beer store with a whole bunch of bottles.
Maybe another angle, in our RFP, we don't want to make it more complicated, but on the same note, in different areas, maybe we could use a different service group if they fit the profile of the RFP, such as the church out in Harcourt or whatever on that note, but anyway.
Well, have a run on it and see how it works. Okay.
Understood.
Murray, before we go to lunch, we have people waiting at the back of the room, I know, and then we also have people waiting on the screen in planning. I'm wondering if we could get these files up so that people don't have to wait. And that would be skipping to planning to do about 3 files. Is council okay with that, or?
Well, how long have they been here?
Since the morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So we have, I think we have Nathan at the back of the room, and then we also have people waiting on the in the back of the, like on the screen. So if we could run through those files.
I could answer him before he comes in, but I won't. Okay, so who we got coming in then? Just Nathan.
Well, we also have people on the screen though. So we have our first, well, we could do Nathan first, but we also have people waiting like in Zoom as well. So I'm just letting you guys know.
He should have to do the site plan. He never built the building on the first lot. I don't care. It's true. Truth hurts sometimes. Go ahead, bring him in.
So, Jeff, are you there right now? Is it okay that we skip to your section? Sorry about that. I'm kind of springing it on you.
No, that's okay. We're waiting in the wings. I would
Okay.
just request that Chris Orson be brought forward for this file as well.
Yeah, that sounds good. And then we're gonna start with Joseph DeMarco here, and then we'll just go through the people who are waiting, and then they don't have to wait all day on us.
Okay. Okay, we got Joseph DeMarco on there.
Yeah. Lori's just bringing them in now.
So we're starting with DeMarco, is that correct, Mallory?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, I can start until I guess everybody's brought in. So this is for the lands of DeMarco. On April 22nd, council approved. On April 2022, council approved the site-specific zoning amendment to change the zone of the property from open space to waterfront residential, type 3L, which had a holding provision on the property. Section 2C of the bylaw 2022-45 had set out various conditions that must be met prior to the removal of the holding. The owner has requested that the holding provision now be removed as the conditions have been fulfilled. Record of public comment, the notice was circulated to neighboring property owners. There were some property owners that provided some comments related to the proposal. One is from Joanne Gray, which is at 1017 Land Road, which is adjacent to the island property. They had concerns with the proposed setback of the site plan, which shows setbacks less than 30 meters. And they don't understand how a building can fit on the island as like the island itself. Staff could provide comments to that, which the proposed development does meet the required setbacks. The attached decks are permitted to project 3 meters into the water setback. So that's what she's referring to. And then she had comments of, can the deck be put by the temporary access location, as noted on the site plan, as it is a larger waterway for boat traffic and for them to get in and out of the compared to their current dock location. Staff will comment on that as well. The zoning bylaw does not restrict docking locations other than setback from property line and the size of the dock. Supporting site evaluation report with the original zoning amendment supports the docking location as shown. These comments, however, will be provided to the applicant for their consideration of dock location. And narrow waterways typically are addressed by Fishery and Ocery Canada. So, and other than that, unless council has any questions, it's recommended that council approve the request to lift the holding provision of the subject property.
What lake is this on?
It's Kinesis Lake.
Okay. Any questions on that? Okay. Resolution then?
Okay, be it resolved that bylaw 2024-16, which is an amending bylaw to remove the holding provision from bylaw 2022-45 for lands of DeMarco, which consists of part lot 12, concession 4, lot 56, plan 459 in the geographic township of Havelock, municipality of Desert et al., which would change zoning from open space zone to waterfront residential type 3L zone. Be read a first, second, and third time, sign, pass, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Carm and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Next.
Thank you to the council and staff for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So sorry, Mal, the next one is for Petrini then? Is that what we're skipping to?
No, actually, the next one is for Lands of Steel.
Okay, so we'll do Lands of Steel then Petrini.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, so this is for the Lands of Steel. The purpose of the application is to secure a legal access easement as identified on the draft plan of survey that will cross the subject property. The roadway known as Pluto Trail is already constructed and being used by the adjacent property owners. The proposed application, as noted, is to establish the legal right-of-way over the subject property for the benefiting landowners as identified as Peyton, Langton, White, and Cassidy, as highlighted on the plan attached with the report. And unless council has any questions, it's recommended that council support the general principle of the proposed consent as submitted and subject to the conditions as listed in the report.
Resolution then, Mallory.
Yeah, we do have an agent for the applicant here, but I don't know, he might not have come up on the screen when Lori tried to promote him. Oh, poor Lori, she's running all around the room. I'm not sure if we tried to promote him or not. I just want to make sure that he gets his say if he has any comments. Oh, here he comes. Perfect.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. No real comments. Once I guess council says their piece or has any questions for me, and I just have one question at the end. But unless there's any specific questions for me, the application and what was set out in your reports were great. We're bang on.
I think staff recommended it. I think we understand it. Any questions for him?
Okay, so my only question is, as you can see, there's 4 owners who are getting the benefit of this right away. There are maybe, I can't remember if there's 15 or so owners along Pluto Lane. And so the reason that we're only applying for 4 is sort of complicated, is I represent Stuart Title, which is a title insurance company. So they represent these 4 owners. The other owners have been there a long time. So they're sort of on their own. So they asked me if we were successful in this application, they may want to apply to get the same permanent easement themselves. So I just wanted to see if there's any reason that wouldn't likely be fine once this application is all completed.
Okay. That's coming, that may come in the future, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so guess now we can have a resolution.
Okay, so be it resolved that council supports the general principle of a proposal for consent file number D00SV-2024-001 Lands of Steel, subject to the conditions outlined in the staff report.
Thank you very much.
I can't hear anything. Murray, do you have your mic on? I didn't catch the mover or the seconder.
Far away. Yeah, Walt and Nancy.
Okay, perfect. And now we're on to Petrini.
Okay, Petrini. Okay, let's have that.
Okay, thank you. So this is for the lands of Petrini. The register owner is proposing a new building for a shop and office that will include a porch and carport area. The proposal will also include outdoor storage for items associated with the business. The property is subject to the municipal site plan control bylaw. The bylaw requires all industrial properties to enter into a site plan agreement with the municipality. The report to council outlines the applicable policies and requirements for site plan control. The applicant has submitted a letter requesting to waive site plan control for the proposed development of the subject property by noting the following. A good portion of the land purchased from Dysart was zoned EP. Property surveyed around utility poles required reduced setback, both caused over a year delay. Staff's comments were that the industrial development is development is not permitted within the EP area. Therefore, the zoning bylaw amendment was required. Zoning amendment was processed and approved on October 2023 to delineate the EP area on the property and to recognize the reduced setback from the utility poles. Second comment from the applicant was pre-consultation summary provided April 2023 did not outline the requirement for site plan control. Comments from staff is that the requirement for site plan control was identified in the April 2023 summary letter. It was located under the approvals, fees, and reports section of that summary. Then noted that from the applicant that the updated pre-consultation was received on December 12th, which December 12th, 2023, stating that now site plan control is required. And staff note that the updated December 12th, 2023 summary was provided by request of the consultant to reflect the subsequent discussions of the proposal. Staff provided an updated summary and checklist, which did remove some of the previous items no longer required, such as the zoning amendment, engineering studies, and provided further detail on items previously listed in the April 2023 report. The applicant also noted that under the requirements for the site plan, under the requirements of the summary, that it was noted that a hydrology study for quantity and quality of water was highlighted, and staff can comment to that the hydrology study isn't required. It's just simply highlighting that they need to address that they have sufficient or significant quantity and quality of water for the development of the property, which is typically done through a well installer at the time when they get the well drilled. And then last, they note that delays, as noted in the letter, come with significant costs, additional fees for consulting, and staff to deal with additional requirements, requests, and applications. And staff note that the site plan control will require applicant to submit the site plan, which they've already prepared, just showing the applicable information outlined in the summary report. A waste disposable site compatibility report shall be submitted with the application. Timelines of site plan agreement could typically be processed within a month's time upon receipt of required information. The comments provided are based on municipal policies and guidelines, which require site plan control and site plan drawing to demonstrate the site can be appropriately developed in accordance with the municipal policy. As noted, staff outlined that the property is within 500 meters of a waste disposal site. The municipal policy states that council will consider an application for development within a waste disposable site area only if applicant provides the waste disposable site compatibility report. The noted policy relates to the Ontario Ministry of Environment and Parks guideline that outline restrictions and controls on land use within 500 meters of a landfill to help protect human and environmental health. Staff do caution that if study is waived and could cause negative impact, or if negative impacts do occur on the property from the adjacent waste disposal site, it could put municipality in a liable position if not appropriately addressed or mitigated. Staff also note that the recent zone change application on the properties within the areas of the 500-meter buffer had completed a waste disposal compatibility site. So there was a site just down the road that did complete the compatibility site through a recent zone change, and that report had outlined some concerns at the time and provided mitigation measures to address the concerns for that property. And then just one last comment is that the site plan agreement is a binding contract between the municipality and developer owner. The agreement consists of conditions of development, including any mitigation measures from studies, and is required to be registered on title of the property. Excuse me, and puts the current and future owners on notice of the requirements and studies for development and management of the subject property. And recommendation, considering the policies and requirements outlined in the report, it is recommended that council deny the request to waive site plan control for the subject property. I believe the applicant is in attendance to speak to this, and staff are here to answer any questions.
Do you have something to comment?
I'm red now. Can you hear me? Yeah, so I really did just ask for like site plan agreement to be waived based mainly on kind of time restraints here. So the studies that would be required, and I did get that pre-consultation report back in April of 2023. And the site plan agreement wasn't checked off at that point in time. But when the new one did come in December here, like site plan agreement was requested from the municipality, and that's why I'm standing here before you. So initially we kind of started working on that checklist to see what we could get looked after. And then we dealt with the rezoning issues that kind of came up in between there. So that's been done. But I've sort of been dealing with this, and this is me just talking to you on a personal basis since 2020, when we originally asked if we could buy some property. Finally, and that was in January of 2020, finally in March, pardon me, in August of 2021, they agreed to allow us to kind of put in a submission for a purchase of that property, which we did close the following year in March of that year. But really what I'm getting into is just unlimited time here seems to be going by before we can get a permit for it. And I realize some of that is, you know, what you're looking for studies and that.
Yeah.
But honestly, it's property that we bought from you. It's been in that industrial park forever.
I understand that.
It is there, and, you know, we're looking to build this year. We would like to, but if we get, you know, it's easy to say that it's going to happen within 1 year here or within a month, the site plan agreement. But in my experience, that's probably not going to be the case. And like I say, I'm just looking at further delays here, and we've had huge building increases since 2022.
Weren't you to put a building on the first lot you got from us there? I think
Well,
that was a condition.
It was a long time ago, yeah, and there is a
It
small,
never happened.
well, there was a small building on there, just a shed that you folks had agreed,
It's a shed.
yeah,
So you don't have to do a hydrology study,
I don't,
no,
okay.
but that's a big one. You don't want to have to do that.
Well, they didn't even understand why it was on the list when I'd sent them that.
The problem we've got with these things, if we don't follow them, and when the Ministry of Environment's involved, then we're next in the, but he said he could do it. Did you say you could do it in a month? If you had the plan?
That's correct. There's not any major studies that are required. So the property is fairly pervious, or so it'll be pretty much straightforward. It's just to ensure that agreements on title, to ensure the development is in accordance with the requirements of the municipality, and to ensure any mitigation measures implemented through that compatibility study is implemented.
Yeah, we have a survey. We
Yeah.
paid for all that when we bought it.
Right.
Yeah,
So
when we
you should-
purchased.
So it shouldn't need a survey, so you should be able to just fill in the sheet, shouldn't you?
Yep, just submit it, and then we will we'll prepare the agreement, which will be sent to the owner for review and signature, and then sent to yourself, Murray, and Mallory for signature and sign off.
Well, we'll deal with it if we get it to us as soon as you can.
Okay.
I
The
don't think
default-
we can continue to waive these things.
What's-
Yeah.
For clarity for me anyways, I don't want to extend this much longer than it is, but so for clarity, what does he need to put that in? If that's the case.
So we provided the summary report, and happy to discuss that with the owner once more as they submit their application, just to outline what is required. But essentially just the application and that compatibility report which we've outlined from in the April summary, April 2023.
Yeah, and I did talk to the soil engineers. It's the engineering company I was using, and the compatibility one they can do for us.
Okay.
For sure. The geological, the water survey was the one that they had in question.
Well, and
But-
that's expensive one.
Well, they said 4 wells and
Yeah.
water volume. There's a lot to
Yeah,
that
but-
apparently, and they've never seen that requested
Oh, okay.
on a commercial shop like
Well,
that.
anyway, that's gone.
So, but back to the site plan agreement, just so we can talk to that, like that's something that once we fill that in, 30 days, you feel that's a doable thing? Because we would
That-
need someone like, I mean, we used Chris Bishop to, do the surveying and that for us before. But he'd need to be involved in this for the site plan agreement, would he not?
I think you can do it. I think you can do it yourself, can't you?
No, I think you have the site plan is prepared already, I believe, unless
Well, the
you're
site- the
adding
site
anything
plan
else.
is, But the agreement part of it
Oh,
has.
the agreement.
Yeah, that can be, well, you're submitting the application. Staff will review the application. I'm not sure if you want Bishop as part of the process, but at the end of the day, the applicant can submit their application for the agreement, and then staff will start preparing the agreement. As long as we have all the applicable documentation as outlined, and that compatibility report, because that may be something that provides further mitigations that need to be included in the agreement.
Right, so that site plan that we have already submitted back in April of last year or February of last year, maybe it was.
Mhm.
That's all you really need from me as far as paper?
For the plan, that's correct, and then any of those other documentations as we've discussed. So that compatibility report will definitely be one that we will require to ensure that if there are any mitigation measures outlined in that study, that they get included into the agreement that gets registered on title.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I don't have that. I did talk to them
Oh,
about
you did,
that.
okay, but you can get that, right?
But that I can get in a reasonable amount of time.
Okay, yep. So just provide all that with the application form and the fee, and then staff will be able to prepare the agreement with those applicable studies and carry forward. So again, feel free to contact me. We can certainly look at the summary report to make sure there isn't anything missing. I don't have it in front of me right now, but if there's anything missing, but I think we pretty much covered it.
Okay, and when that site plan agreement goes into place, so the one that's registered against title, that's on that, we have to show everything that could happen now or down the road, or how do we move forward? Because it is a fairly large piece of property we have. If we were to add something to that, do we go through the whole process again? Or should that be addressed at this point in time right now?
If you know of future development, it's always encouraged that you put it on so you have everything done now. So future development, you can just go ahead with. However, if you don't, then it may just be an amendment or an update to the agreement at that time, depending on what that proposal is, the size, those type of things. So it's a little hard to comment on that until we have kind of an idea of what may be in the future.
Okay. All right, thank you then.
Good, well, he'll work with you, so get it done.
Murray, would you like me to read the resolution?
Yeah, please.
Okay, be it resolved that the request to waive site plan control for the lands legally known as part lots 11 and 12, concession 9, parts 2, 4, and 5, registered plan 19R-10613 in the geographic township of Dysart. Municipality of Dysart did all be received for information, and that council deny the request to waive site plan control for the subject property based on municipal policy.
Mover and seconder? Walt? Carm, all in favor? Carried. Okay. Thanks.
Are we gonna take a lunch break now, Murray, or? I can't hear anything from that room, sorry.
It's okay. Yes, we can take a lunch break.
Okay, thank you. Jeff will probably do the finance and admin reports before you, just so you know. So you don't have to be on screen if you don't want to be.
Go ahead, Barbara.
And it is cutting out. No.
Yep. Oh, there we go. We can hear Murray now.
Okay, Barbara. Fire away. Check summary, I think.
Okay, I'm up now.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good afternoon. So the first finance report here is the check summary report for January 2024. Total disbursements for the month were just over $1.5 million, comprised of $1,268,000 for vendor payments, and the balance of $260,000 is for payroll.
So that's it for the check summary?
That's it, yeah.
Okay, resolution then, Mallory.
Okay, be resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the January 2024 check summary.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Bylaw refinancing of County Road 21 project.
Yes, so we have here the bylaw to refinance the County Road 21 land purchase. So the 2024 budget included refinancing for the land purchase. The current mortgage held with Harborne Holdings in the amount of $1,450,000 is open for prepayment during 2024. The mortgagee has agreed to a March 1, 2024 prepayment date. Staff have since secured borrowing with the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce in the amount of $1,450,000 at an interest rate of 5.787 on a 3-year term, 10-year amortization period. Loan proceeds will occur on March 1st. So in terms of the impact on the 2024 budget, we had budgeted at 5% for repayment, considering that what we have here is just a little bit higher than the 5% at 5.787. There's an additional expense of $5,093 for debt repayment in 2024.
Any questions on that? We hope it goes down, but it's not down right now, so. Okay, Mallory, I guess read
Yeah.
it.
Be it resolved that council approves borrowing funds from the Canadian Imperial Bank of Commerce to refinance County Road 21 land purchase, and that funds in the amount of $1,450,000 shall be borrowed at an interest rate of 5.787% with a 3-year term and 10-year amortization. And that bylaw 2024-20 being bylaw to authorize the borrowing of money made in connection with the purchase of lands in the geographic township of Dysart, County Road 21 property purchased from Ontario Vintage Consulting Incorporated. Be read a first, second, and third time, pass, sign, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Moving and second. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Just while we're there, I'd like it to see us develop an RFP to put it to some consultants to how to develop that property. Get it underway, because if we don't, we're gonna, and apply with the Aboriginal people and get that up our back. That could take a year. Everybody agree that we develop one and get it?
You go about that, then Murray, what do we gotta do to start that?
Well, I think that Tamara maybe could answer that better than I could, because she's gonna be part of it likely.
Yeah, we'd have to bring back a report to you, maybe have a bit of a session to discuss like vision and scope of work and stuff like that, because we'd need that to put out an RFP, depending on the type of uses you wanted and so forth.
And the guy that was here, you know, the former mayor, he's got companies that'll bid on it, and there's, we just need to make sure we get the RFP right. So, and there is sample RFPs out around that people use, so.
So is that something that comes up next meeting, or can we?
Well, I
start
hope
that?
so.
Yeah, we can bring back some information next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, next, Barbara, is Sir Sanford.
So Murray, this was something you asked me to put on the agenda there. Do you want to speak to it, or?
Yeah, well, everybody knows what happened when the feds cut the foreign students back. And Peterborough and Lindsay campus have a lot of foreign students. I wouldn't have believed that many, like 60%. So their revenues are way, way down. And of course, it affects our project here, cash flow. They say they're going ahead with it, but she said they might not be able to furnish it for 6 months or so. So this resolution basically asks the government to rethink the amount they've considered illegal. And it was the same resolution that Peterborough City passed. I wouldn't have thought Sir Sanford had that many foreign students. I guess they all do. They're pretty lucrative. So everybody okay with that? I mean, just a letter of support.
So I'll read it. It's a long one, so. Is that okay, Murray? Go ahead and read it.
You're
Okay.
a good reader too.
Okay. So whereas the federal government has recently announced policy changes that will negatively affect publicly funded colleges, particularly those in small, northern, and rural regions of Ontario, by altering the framework through which international students are admitted and managed. And whereas there's a growing concern over the current funding model of post-secondary education, which has placed additional financial pressures on publicly funded colleges, undermined their sustainability, and made it more difficult for colleges to respond to the needs of local employers. And whereas Fleming College has developed an important public-private college partnership with Global University Systems, Fleming College Ontario, or Toronto rather, that contributes $26 million annually in net revenue to Fleming College, money that is invested locally for students in our community. And whereas students enrolled in programs offered through the Global University Systems public-private partnership campuses are recognized as students of a publicly funded college and are held to the same high standards of academic rigor, are provided with comparable wraparound support services to those offered at Fleming College, and receive a Fleming College credential. And whereas the elimination of postgraduate work permits by federal government for students graduating from programs offered through the Global University Systems Public-Private Partnership Campus will result in an immediate suspension of revenue to Fleming College, adversely affecting sustainability of the college and undermining the ability to support local employers. And whereas the federal government's policy changes have been made without any consultation with post-secondary institutions and without a clear understanding of the severe financial hardship that this will result in for smaller public colleges based primarily outside of the GTA. And whereas the government of Ontario has recently called together a group of experts who have released recommendations in the Blue Ribbon Panel report that are designed to ensure long-term sustainability of the post-secondary education sector in Ontario. Therefore, be it resolved that the municipality of Dysart urges the federal government to reconsider its recent policy changes and specifically exempt public-private partnership institutions from being excluded and offering students who successfully complete their program of study a postgraduate work permit. And further, the municipality of Dysart requests that the government of Ontario immediately implement the Blue Ribbon Panel recommendations and actively work with the federal government to restore the eligibility of public-private partnership colleges to grant students who successfully complete their program of study a postgraduate work permit.
That's a lot of stuff. Okay. Mover and second. Nancy and Walt, all in favor? Carried, thank you. Okay, the next one. Another one will be criticized for.
So this bylaw just rescinds the donation offer for the Blair lands. Council actually decided at the last meeting to go forward with this. So this is just the bylaw to make sure we're closing the loop administratively on that. If council has any questions, they can let me know.
Okay. Do you have a resolution there?
Yep, I'll read it. Be it resolved that bylaw 2024-09 being a bylaw to rescind an agreement establishing terms and conditions related to the transfer of land and an authorization for the acquisition of land for part lot 3 concession 7 and further described as part 1 19R-10301 in the geographic time served of Dysart, municipality of Dysart et al., which is the Blair land donation file, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Pat and Walt, all in favor? Thank you. Okay.
So this report is the BIA had their annual meeting and they've appointed their new members, and then as per the municipal act, through our appointment bylaw, we just formalize those appointments for them. So this is just bringing forward our appointment bylaw with the new BIA members listed.
Okay. And the resolution says that?
The resolution is to pass the bylaw, the appointment bylaw. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so be it resolved that bylaw 2024-19 being a bylaw respecting the appointment of members of council and public representatives of the municipality of Dysart et al. And to appoint members of council as representatives of the municipality of Dysart et al. To external boards and organizations be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Okay, mover and seconder. Nancy and Tammy, all in favor? Okay, next the museum.
So I think we're just going to bring Kate up for this one.
We just had.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Great, thanks, Mel. So I was just asked to provide just a little bit of an update on hours at the museum and current staffing. We've recently had a retirement, as many of you know. So we're currently in the process of hiring for a new curatorial assistant. So once we have someone in that position, we'll be back to having 2 staff members at the museum for our regular opening hours, moment of Tuesday to Saturday from 10 till 5. And then once we get into the summer months, we also add Sundays because we know there are lots of people around and it's busy on the weekends. So then adding Sundays as well. And that's also when we open our other historic buildings. So that does spread us rather thin, which is why we included in this year's budget, the now approved 2024 budget, for some casual staff as well, for a number of hours for casual staff to be able to help us in terms of being able to be in all those places and do all of those things, and also acknowledging the fact that it's not just summer that is an extra busy time around the museum, but that there are other times as well due to events, programming, and just other times of year which can be particularly busy, sometimes long weekends or when there are school breaks and that sort of thing. So yeah, I was just asked to provide that as a bit of an update.
Okay, any questions? Okay, I guess resolution then.
Okay, be resolved that council receives the Halliburton Highlands Museum operating hours and staffing report as information.
Mover and seconder, Tammy and Nancy. All in favor? Okay, I guess we're back to planning.
Good afternoon. Would you like me to proceed?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So the first application is an application by Miss Walker to purchase a portion of the turning circle and 20-foot lane adjacent to her property on Dean Court. The intent of the application is to correct a past conveyancing error. Staff circulated the application and comments were received from the neighboring property owner, Linda Brain, who is in opposition of the application. Miss Brain owns property that gains access from Fred Jones Road, but is located on the north side of the river adjacent to Miss Walker's property. Miss Brain notes that she uses the subject 20-foot lane that is going to be proposed to be closed today to access Dean Court and to walk to town to avoid walking along Fred Jones Road and Highway 118, which she notes could be dangerous. Mrs. Walker did provide a response and notes that the purpose of the application is just to transfer the turnaround as was intended in 1972, and it has been shown on her deed since 1975. Ms. Walker does clarify that she is willing to provide an easement to Mrs. Brain over that 20-foot lane for emergency purposes. As previously discussed with council, I noted that if there were concerns like this that came up during the application process, it may be ideal to get a legal opinion. In my opinion, we should defer this application to get that legal opinion, just to see what rights are associated with that 20-foot lane. So that is my recommendation today, is just to defer this, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
I think that's a good decision. We're getting in trouble with these private lanes going into places. So, everybody agree with that? Have a resolution to defer then, Mallory?
Sure. Be it resolved that council defers the bylaws for L07-ORO-2023-15 Lands of Walker and direct staff to obtain a legal opinion regarding the 20-foot lane.
Mover and seconder. Barry and Wall, all in favor? Gary. Okay.
The next item is an application to purchase a shore road allowance adjacent to the lands of Paul on Tedious Lake. Staff recommend deferral of this bylaw until the shipping container and hot tub have been removed. And that was a condition imposed by council at the December council meeting. I'm happy to answer any questions.
So it's good to go then, right?
Yeah, we'll bring back a bylaw once those structures have been removed.
Oh, they haven't been removed yet, okay.
No.
So, resolution then.
Be it resolved that council defers a bylaw to stop up, close and convey a portion of the original shore road allowance in front of part lot 17 and 18, concession 8, in the geographic township of Guilford, which is L 07-RO-2023-16, lands of Paul.
Mover and seconder. Nancy and Carl. All in favor? Okay. McLean.
Yes, thank you. This is an application for permission to cross a 1-foot reserve. Mr. McLean is currently seeking an entrance permit for his property on Liswood Road and is requesting permission to cross a 1-foot reserve, which was dedicated on Plan 532. Staff have no concerns and recommend council approve this request. It should be noted in reviewing the file, this area has already been subdivided for development. In my opinion, that 1-foot reserve probably should have been removed at that time or absorbed into the road allowance. So I'm of the opinion that that 1-foot reserve can be merged with Liswood Road, which would prevent other properties from requiring similar applications as this. And I do recommend that council direct staff to bring a bylaw back to merge that 1-foot reserve into the road allowance for Liswood Road.
Was it on the whole road?
The whole the back lots. So Plan 532 fronted mostly on, I think, Bass Haunt and Glen Lake. So the back lots had a 1-foot reserve to prevent sprawl on the backside. But there was a Plan 582 that developed all those lots, and at that time they should have removed that 1-foot reserve.
Some of those old plans, they did that, and I don't know why they did it, but they did it.
And during this process, we're actually going to kind of look around the area too and see if there's any other anomalies like this that we can fix.
Okay. Resolution then?
Sure. Be resolved that council grants permission to the registered owners of part lot 31, concession 2, geographic township of Guilford, to cross the 1-foot reserve on Liswood Road, identified on plan 352 and 382, and the location labeled on A in the attached site plan. And further, that council directs staff to bring back a bylaw to merge the 1-foot reserve on plan 532 and into the road allowance for Liswood Road.
Okay, mover and seconder, Tammy and Walt, all in favor? Carried. Okay, next, this is this the Kellett we're talking about?
Correct. This is a bylaw to renew the license of occupation for Kellett. So yeah, the 2023 license was issued for 1 year and it will expire in May. If council wishes to approve that renewal, a bylaw and updated license has been provided, which includes a 3-year term, which coincides with the end of the council term, an annual license fee of $500, which isn't changing, and the liability insurance in the amount of $5 million.
Is that the area we're talking?
Yeah, so Murray, the question I keep getting asked is where he's got his gate is on the old Eagle Lake Road.
Right.
If he wanted to gate the original Peterson off, he isn't gating that, he has his own gate on that. So the people that want to use the old Eagle Lake Road to go all the way through to Bugner can't because he's got it gated. So they want to know, why can he gate the old Eagle Lake Road when he doesn't own both sides of it and he doesn't own to the end of the road?
So should we pass this till we get that cleared up?
Well, I think, and then like apparently now there's a second gate up further on the road. So I don't know if somebody should go review the road first before we.
Maybe.
Jeff has a comment.
Yeah.
Yeah, council agreed to issue the past licenses because Mr. Kellett had liability concerns related to snowmobiles that were veering off that trail onto his property. We actually, because the last 2 licenses were only issued for 1 year, staff actually asked Mr. Kellett to be in attendance today so that he could answer questions like this. He unfortunately couldn't make it today, and he notes that, and he's actually requested that this item be deferred to, if council wasn't going to approve it, he wants it to be deferred so that he can come back and answer your questions.
Well, that would probably be good because I know a few of the locals that would like to be here to
Yeah.
find out
okay.
a little more too, Murray.
Well,
so-
we'll defer it till next month then.
Okay.
One note, Carm, if there's other people that would like to speak to it, they may want to register with Mallory as a delegation, otherwise they won't necessarily get an opportunity to speak from the floor.
I know why that was, because they found an old map from, I don't know how long ago, that shows that as the original road and this and that, so they wanted to bring that map in. I remember them telling me that now, so that's probably a good thing.
Okay. Okay,
I'll read a resolution to defer this one. That works.
Yeah.
So be resolved that bylaw 2024-15 being a bylaw to authorize the execution of a license of occupation agreement with Cal and Halbert Properties Limited be deferred.
mover and seconder. Barry and Pat, all in favor? Carry. Next,
The next item, another license of occupation. Mr. Folliot and Miss Cameron would like to enter into a license of occupation agreement with the municipality to legalize an existing dock, stairs, and deck located on the municipally owned shore road allowance on Green Lake Road. As per policy 32, use of the shore road allowance is limited to a dock below the high water mark. And that's what the policy says. The owners would like to keep the dock, stairs, and deck. Public Works notes that the stairs and deck do not appear to conflict with winter maintenance. They do suggest that council consider an indemnity clause within that agreement, just in case future maintenance damages the stairs or the deck. So staff are seeking direction regarding the stairs and the deck and permission to process this application. As usual, we are also seeking direction from council with regards to the annual license fee and the term.
so what are we saying here? You're recommending this?
Staff recommend approval, but are seeking direction with regards to the stairs and the deck. So policy 32 permits the use of road allowances located across a road by the property owner directly across the other on the backside of the road. But the policy says that the use of that shore road allowance is limited to a dock only below the high water mark.
And we got a
So
deck.
it does not permit stairs or a deck, which these people have. They'd like to keep both, and that's where we're seeking direction.
Quite a few of those around.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a condition of a minor variance application which brought this to light.
For safety purposes, I don't know whether we should be telling them to take it down because it's a fall going down the hill. How does that affect us too, right?
I know.
So it's a tough one. And how many years have they had? Do you know, Jeff? How many years have they been there?
I can't tell you, but they look like they've been there for some time.
It's 10.
They got it on Cache Ag too, you got a lot of it.
Yeah. So we're basically saying like, as long as, they sign or know that in the agreement that they can't come back on us for any damages that are done to that deck or stairs by winter maintenance, say, or whatever. So that's all we're trying to add in there, right?
We'll also have liability insurance in there, so in case there is a slip or a fall, as Councillor Casey
Okay.
mentioned,
Good.
yep, it'll cover us for anything that happens on the deck, dock, or stairs if council wishes to approve the stairs and the deck.
Okay.
Could you issue them a license of occupation too?
That's what this is for a license of occupation.
Okay, so why doesn't that cover it?
Sorry, why doesn't the license cover the deck and stairs?
But it doesn't cover the stairs. That's illegal, right?
Well, it's just our policy that says that. So it's policy 32, which is the policy that guides the use of unopened municipal road allowances. And that section says we would permit the use of a road allowance located across the road. So in this instance, they're a backlot owner. They live across Green Lake Road from Green Lake. So our policy allows them to use our shore road allowance, but it says use is limited only to a dock below the high water mark. It also does say council can, it's at their sole discretion and subject to whatever conditions they want to do. So council can approve the stairs and deck if they choose. It just would be going against the policy.
I think as long as we're insured for the whole thing through them, it's additional insured, carry on. There's 1,000 of them on that note.
Pretty hard to go down the bank and not have stairs too.
Right. Can we do that for 3 years? Or do these people have to reapply every year, Jeff?
Yes, you can set the term as long as you want. So again, that's something we can set it for the term of council, and then they could come back for review for the next council once they're elected.
So Jeff, the only question I got, if we make these guys have a letter of a license of occupation, what's gonna stop them from going down the whole side of that lake and want everybody and their neighbors to have one because they have to have it? Like, what spurred this on?
This is a condition of a minor variance application. So they applied for a minor variance, and the encroachments were noted. It should be noted that all the adjacent ones along that stretch of road are illegal and encroaching on municipal property without liability. It's up to council if they want to direct staff to enforce those as well. But this one just came through a minor variance application.
I just didn't want this particular person to, you know, complain about his neighbors because he has to pay 500 a year now.
Yeah, they should have, yeah. In fact, if we ever get short of cash, we should go around and start looking for them. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead with that then, Jeff? Get the insurance, and the $500 and.
So does council want $500 for a term of 3 years? Is that the consensus here?
3 years? Yeah.
That's a year. That's a year.
That's a year, isn't it? Yeah, they're getting the advantage of waterfront property, really. Okay.
The tax is just a valuable.
I can't hear what anyone in the room is saying. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, it's not relevant.
Okay, good.
So are you good, Mallory, or?
If that's the $500 with a term of 3 years, is that what council agrees to?
And that's 500 annually, correct?
Correct.
Just to
Yeah.
clarify that for your resolution.
Well, when you say license fee, that you charge it annually, right? So I can say that the annual license fee, I can add annual in there, so I'll read it right now. Be it resolved that council directs staff to process a license occupation agreement application with camera and foliate for the use of the shore allowance for road across from part lots 2 and 3, concession 5 in the geographic township of Guilford. And further that the annual license fee for the license of occupation L07-L0-2024-001 is set at $500 with a term of 3 years.
Okay.
I just have a question. I'm
Yeah.
sorry. So Jeff, is $2 million of liability adequate for that? I was just thinking if a skidoo come up off the lake and ran into that deck. I mean, is $2 million liability enough? I mean, it's $2 million for when they just have a dock, right?
That's a good question. I don't know if I can answer that for you. It's something I can seek direction. We don't have to have these answers today. We will come back with an agreement that lists this information, and we can seek that, we can call our insurance company and see what they're looking for.
We also just put 2 million for the short-term rentals, so it may be similar in that way.
Okay.
So I just need a mover and seconder on that resolution I read.
Nancy and Pat. Okay, all in favor? Okay. Next.
Sorry, just bear with me for 1 second while I get things opened up. So the next application relates to a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, as well as allocating 60% of the Parkland Reserve Fund for 2023 as required by the Planning Act. So I'm going to go into a bit of background here. I'm going to try and move quickly. I realize it's a longer report, so I'm going to skim through it. I'm happy to answer any questions once it's over. In 2022, the province introduced Bill 23, which was the More Homes Built Faster Act, which included changes to the land use approval system, with the goal of facilitating the construction of 1.5 million homes by 2031. So this bill included amendments relating to parkland dedication and cash in lieu of parkland dedication amounts and fees. So parkland dedication is a tool used by municipalities to acquire land or funds for new parks and recreational facilities during the development approval process. So the developer, they need to contribute parkland or funds, cash in lieu, towards parks during that development approval process. I've reviewed the cash in lieu of parkland values for several surrounding municipalities. And I'm seeking direction to modernize our parkland dedication policy, which was last updated in 2015, but the fees haven't changed since 2009. As per the Planning Act, a parks plan, such as a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, is required prior to updating your parkland dedication fees or your parkland dedication bylaws. Council allocated $30,000 in their 2024 budget towards the preparation of a Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So this is something that was requested through Parks and Recreation during the budget process. The budget will be used towards a consultant to research the needs for parklands, provide for appropriate parkland dedication rates, and prepare the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. Staff seek direction from council to begin that process to develop the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So that's kind of the first half of this, the report. The second half is spending or allocating at least 60% of that Parkland Reserve Fund. So as per the bill, municipalities are required to spend 60% of that Parkland Reserve each year moving forward, or allocate at least. So the balance of the Parkland Reserve Fund as of December 31st was $282,000, or approximately. So 60% of that reserve fund, which needed to be allocated in 2023, is $169,000 approximately. In discussions with the Parks and Recreation Department, it's been identified that the walking bridge in Head Lake Park is due for replacement, so this might be an option. And this is what we're recommending today, is that the $169,000 and change from that Parkland Reserve be used towards the replacement of that bridge. I am seeking direction from council today how they wish to allocate those funds, and I have provided resolutions if you agree with our recommendations. As I mentioned, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Not a good use for the funds.
I don't know if council recalls, we had 30,000 in the budget for a bridge study for the feasibility study for the park, which Rob's working on getting that going right now. So ideally, the thought was that that allocation of 169 wouldn't be nearly enough, but it might be close to half of what we need. There's opportunities later in the year if we can get this shovel ready, if Rob can get the work he needs done with the design, that we could seek out different grants that maybe come out later in the year to see if we can use our funds as the matching funds for whatever we need. There's opportunities perhaps through enabling accessibility where we'd need 35% of the funds, which this would help
That
with.
seems like a lot of money for that little bridge, doesn't it?
It is, but that's our suggestion anyway, is that we try to use this money to leverage towards the full funds and try and get the rest of it through grant money if possible. And if we can't, then we'd have to report back to you that we can't get it that way and come up with the next plan. But it is at the end of its life, and it's been identified through the bridge studies as needing replacement, and we're there. The Head Lake Master Plan actually identifies 3 bridges. 2 are there currently. The third would be a new one, which as staff, we don't think is viable right now at this time, given the cost of just one. The second bridge goes over to the skate park, and it's at the end of its life too, and probably should have come down already, but it should probably come down anytime as well and not be reinstalled unless you're going to come up with another big chunk of money down the road somewhere. But at this point, we're probably at the point where we need to remove it. So you may get some feedback on that, because that's going to cut back a potential crossing area. But
The one by the rink.
It's not
Yeah.
carrying trains anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I said skate park, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, the old
So it's by the,
hockey
so
rink.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
but you can still walk out the
But there's-
library side.
Yeah,
And then
you
you
can.
come across the highway bridge if you
Yeah.
want to. Okay.
Oh, Rob, is that pedestrian bridge steel? Or is it wood, front to back? Yeah.
So
Is it rotten or what's going on with it?
underneath, the beams underneath aren't strong enough anymore from what I recall.
Can you not step
Those
on
are
it?
just wood beams, I think.
No,
aren't
they're
they?
steel, he said.
Those are steel too. If there's a way to fix it that somebody knows, but I thought
struggle with
that it was beyond.
You can usually stiffen steel, can't you?
The other thing with the main bridge, the bigger bridges, we'll be looking to make it more accessible, probably flatten it out somewhat so the parks equipment can actually get across it and plow it and, or sorry, roads department stuff. And make it accessible for people getting across it. So right now it doesn't meet any of those requirements either. And that's why we were hoping to maybe target the accessibility grants for that reason.
Is there a reason that it was built the way it was for now?
When was it built? 40 or
God.
50 years ago?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like it wasn't like it needed.
Just
to pass-
aesthetics, I
Okay.
think, just looks.
I thought you could always fix steel though.
I think Rob may be able to, do you have any thoughts on? Yeah. If the study came, like, is part of the scope of that to suggest ways they could, but I guess you still got the issue with the. Yeah, okay. So we'll report back on that, but for now, that's one area that we thought council might want to out, because we do have to allocate, like you said. I'm sure if something happened down the road and we didn't have to do that bridge, we could reallocate it somewhere else. Would that work, Barbara, in terms of meeting your requirements?
Yes.
Can't use it for that study on the highway property, can we? Say it's for park? Okay, I'm trying. There'll be parks in there.
Rob's working on that.
Okay, so we come back with different options then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, where are we now, Mallory?
You want me to read the resolution for that report?
Sure.
Okay. Be it resolved that council receive the report pertaining to the review of the parkland dedication bylaw / policy for the preparation of a Parks and Recreation Master Plan and the allocation of Parkland Reserve Fund. And further that council allocates $169,430.06 from the Parkland Reserve towards replacing the bridge in Headley Park. And further that council directs staff to begin the process to prepare a Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which will include obtaining the services of a consultant and the undertaking of a consultation process regarding the use of alternative parkland dedication rates and cash in lieu of parkland to address the legislative requirements of the Planning Act as amended by Bill 23.
Okay. Mover and seconder. Harm. And Barry. All in favor? Okay, next, Jeff. Or Chris?
Murray, sorry, before Jeff goes, Murray, you're very quiet. I don't know if your mic's far away or something, but just so you know, we can't hear you very well.
Trying to stay away from him.
I know. Okay, sorry, I'll stop interrupting.
Yes, this is my last file of the day, I believe. At the council meeting in October, council passed a resolution directing staff to begin the process to amend our official plan and zoning bylaw to permit storage containers in the rural and commercial zones and structures within the minimum water setback. So the purpose of my report was just to confirm the scope of the, based on the discussion at that meeting, and to answer a couple of council's questions from that meeting. So I've outlined what I think is the intended amendments within my report, and I'm seeking direction with regards to those proposed changes. One question council had, and I did speak to the building department, was regarding building permits for the shipping containers. So the building department confirms that shipping containers or trailers over 15 square meters that are going to be used permanently for storage will require a building permit and likely some sort of foundation. So if it was just a temporary one being dropped off for a short period of time, it likely wouldn't require a building permit, but if it was being dropped on the property for permanent storage, that does require a building permit. As of the date of this report, we did receive comments from the Redstone Lake Association, Kashagawigamog Organization, Kinesis Lake Cottage Owners Association, Mesquabi Area Cottages Owners Association, as well as the Grace Lake Association. I'm not going to go through their comments. They are summarized in the report. I did attach their comments to the report. I'm happy to answer any questions council might have about those concerns. In terms of the next step in the process, it would be to obtain a planning consultant to update those policies and to begin the public consultation process. Council did budget some money for this for 2024. Given the extensive comments received to date, council may wish to conduct the public consultation process before they get too deep into it. But I'm seeking direction today how you wish to proceed.
So I think we passed over that rather quickly, and I know there's some general comments, but I think there's some things that need to be decided here. If you're gonna do something, you need to decide, like gazebos, for instance. What's the right size? 10 by 10? Is there concern if they're clearing out stuff near the shoreline to put it, that it should be looked at on the shoreline preservation bylaw to make sure they're not doing something else? Or and then what about sheds, and what about saunas, and what about all those, like, a lot of things to think about here, because we are going to have to spend some serious money here. Probably going to have to go to the board too. Jeff,
I can summarize it if you like. What was my understanding is what was decided on at last meeting.
Yeah. Is there any other amendments coming up for the official plan within, say, the year that we could piggyback on and save going through some of that expense? Because it'll be $35,000 or $40,000 to review it.
There's nothing planned right now. So our next general review or comprehensive review isn't scheduled until 2017. So the process, 2027.
27.
Yeah,
17 wasn't bad.
yeah, it's not scheduled for a while yet. However, there are some changes coming through the provincial planning system right now. I'm not 100% sure what they're landing on, but they might be removing that requirement for comprehensive reviews and changing that. So we're still waiting to see where that lands, but right now there's nothing planned.
I don't want to seem like I'm pushing everything to the next meeting, but I wouldn't mind being able to rake through this a bit better than what we've got here. My own opinion anyway.
No, that's fair. No, it's not pressing, and it is going to be a very divisive issue, so.
And we're dealing with the short-term rental stuff now, and that'll, hopefully if that gets,
Yeah, let's let one thing get out of the way before we tackle that. So are we all right to let it slide for a while? Yeah,
I'll read a resolution just to receive the staff report if that works.
yeah,
Okay, so be resolved that council receive the staff report related to the discussion to amend policies to permit structures in the minimum water setback and shipping containers in in commercial and rural zones.
mover and seconder. Pat and Carm, all in favor? Carry. Okay. Boy, we're moving right along now. Reports and recommendations of local agencies, boards, and committees. Harcourt. Tammy.
I am in a meeting at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning with them.
Well, you can come back tomorrow afternoon and give the report.
So I will have a report next time.
West Guilford?
Yeah, we had the snow shuffle on the weekend, Murray. It was excellently attended. People were thirsty. We actually raised just a little over $11,000 for the center.
Very good. Good. No snow. You did well.
No, nobody ran snowmobile. But no, we had about 100, we had We had about 170 people around there showed up.
For you.
Yep. And first prize was $3,000 and the guy donated 1,000 back to the center.
Oh, you can't beat that.
Yep.
Good for you. That's a good event. Rails End,
We had a meeting last week. They are just in the process of doing their articles of incorporation because they're a not-for-profit. That's something that they have to do. They've got some exhibits going on. They're getting ready, starting to do their vetting for the entries for their Art and Craft Festival, which is July 26th, 27th, 28th. And they're just a busy bunch of ladies. The soffit and fascia was done and there was a bit of a mess left behind. And they actually, when they were doing it, they damaged some of the metal lights and stuff. So Rob Parrish, I think, had kind of organized that project. So I'm going to ask him to organize the cleaning up and the assessment of the lights that were damaged, if that's okay.
okay, thank you. Resolution then, Mallory?
Be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the January and February 2024 Rails and Gallery Gallery and Arts Center report.
Okay, mover and seconder, Nancy and Barry, all in favor? Carried. BIA, Pat?
Murray had that last meeting as we mentioned
do.
earlier on, picking the new board on that note. Some old faces moving out. Some have been there for 20 years or so, which we thank for their dedication on it, and some new faces moving in. So they're an enthusiastic bunch, and
Good.
I feel they're doing a great job. And anyway, some new things coming up, which is good.
That's good. Okay, resolution then?
Yeah, be it resolved that council acknowledges receipt of the minutes from the October 30th, 2023 Downtown Halliburton BIA Board of Management meeting as information.
Moving and seconder. Walt and Carm, all in favor? Carried. Harvest Halliburton,
Nothing to report.
no harvest. Kawartha Halliburton Source Protection Authority, Walt. And Barry, the Upper Trent Water Management.
Nothing to report this month. Looks like it will be next month. There's a meeting in early March.
Oh, okay. So I guess we'll go into closed.
Okay, I'll read it here. Be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting at 2:08 PM to discuss matters pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act as amended pertaining to 1, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, which is a property damage claim. Advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, which again is a property damage claim. And 3, a trade secret or scientific, technical, commercial, financial, or labor relations information supplied in confidence to the municipality or local board, which, if disclosed, could reasonably be expected to prejudice significantly the competitive position or interfere significantly with the contractual or other negotiations of a person or group of persons or organization. And that's Public Works, wastewater infrastructure.
Carm, just before you go back to Larry, a note here from Rob that says the aggregate license may not allow wood processing. So we better, Rob, can you confirm that to Carm? So he knows what to do.
So Murray, do we have a mover and seconder for that resolution?
Mover second, Nancy and Carm, I guess.
Okay. So we'll just pause while we go into close here and turn our cameras off.
That to give to Rob.
I already texted it. to him.
Did you?
I took a picture of it. Texted it.
Okay. Okay. Confirming bylaw.
Be it resolved that bylaw number 2024-21, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the regular council meeting held on February 27, 2024, be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and the corporate seal attached thereto.
Mover and seconder. Pat and Barry, all in favor? Carried. And the adjournment.
Okay, be it resolved that council adjourn its regular meeting held on February 27th at 3:37 PM.
Okay, mover and seconder, Walt. Nobody wants to go home? Pat? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We seem to be slow today.